Good evening, Sector 1 sim racing fans from Australia, New Zealand, and around the world. We are live from Brazil here tonight for your action, and a lot of action on the cards for you guys tonight. As many of you will be aware, it is the endurance round and 90-minute races as opposed to the usual lapped events that we'll usually run at the Sector 1 series. And we saw some great action last week, so 3 hours total of action coming at you. This week, I'm your host, Atom, and I'm sorry for the delay getting started. I'm sure a lot of you guys were hanging out to get it going, but we were running a little bit behind schedule, but we are all sorted now. We'll have a quick look at the standings for the season at the moment as we are about to get into Division 4. So here are your standings right now for the championship. So, names to look out for: Renegade, Benia, and VF, the top 3, all from 3 different teams. Great to see, but Revs Law down in 4th place, chomping at the bit to get back in that top 3 for Hooncorp. 2 of those guys right at the top. Debrev, a guy with no skills. We've actually had a few name changes here, so there will be a couple of these names missing tonight and filled in by some new names. But a couple of the guys at the bottom will be looking to score as many points as they can with this round. Of course, extra points on offer for the guys tonight. And they'll be working hard for that, I'm sure. Here's a look at the track we're at this evening. Interlagos for round 5 here. So Group B action tonight, so we're looking at Division 4 and Division 2 this evening. Now, change in the rules for the Enduro rounds sees the soft, medium, and hard tyres all required, which has made it very interesting. Last week we saw a big mix of strategies, so hopefully more of the same this week. I am joined in the comms box by Graham this evening. How are you, sir? Let us know how you're doing. All right. Graham has been sitting around waiting for the stream team to turn up. He was well prepared with the lobby this evening and just waiting on us. So without further ado, we will get over to the qualifying session, which is underway. A little bit behind here. There we go. So what we've missed so far is the first outlap. So we're not too far behind here, but qualifying is already underway. Now, Revs Law, currently the first car out on track and just outside the top 3 in the championship. So he's looking to make his mark nice and early for the Hooncorp outfit. He's been very strong all season. Womble in P2. We've got a bit of a problem in our graphics department. Our livery's not showing up for the Red Mist car, and we're seeing a default livery, but that's all right. We'll sort that out later and get that Red Mist livery on your screens once again. Benia, currently just down behind, I believe that's Keza. Respawn Esports in the Supra, and Keza there in the BRZ or 86 for Team Rocky 05 Sim Racing. Renegade, your championship leader at the moment in the Sylvia, sitting in P5 nicely, and a guy with no skills for Black Rose Racing, also in the Sylvia and also with a bit of a livery bug. So we'll sort that out at the end of qualifying, but just remember who you're looking at the moment and we'll be all good. PD Pops for Doghouse Racing in the Alfa Romeo 4C. Very good on its tyres from what I've heard, so it'll be interesting to see what that can do. Laminator in the Supra of Lightning Motorsport down in P8, and a debutant, Snake Eyes in P9, driving the Porsche for ISA Esports. Debrev in P10 for CP Motorsports and McLaren. VF P11 at the moment, about to set his first time in the Mercedes for Dadson Motorsport, and Malevolent One in P12. So everyone's bankers are down now with the exception of Malevolent One. Leeds car will cross the line and put himself P10 provisionally. So VF currently on top by half a second as well. That Mercedes is looking very, very strong around here. What have you seen from these guys in practice, Graham? Have they? Does the current timing tower reflect where they've been at? We appear to have lost Graham, so he may have had an issue with his microphone there. So I know you guys can't hear him on stream, but I can't hear him either. So the good news is we know that it's on his end. We'll wait for him to come back to us. VF currently half a second out front, a guy with no skills with a provisional P2 at the moment, looking good for Black Rose Racing. He's been sort of hovering around that P5 position for most of the season. And he'll be happy to be P2 at the moment. Revs Law currently sitting a provisional P3 ahead of his teammate by quite a fair bit. Renegade actually not featuring in the top 8 there. He'll need to improve. The Sylvia quite good around here by all accounts. We did, of course, see, I believe it was the Supra take pole position in Division 1 last week. There you go. Revs Law goes to Div 2 and unseats a guy with no skills. And Womble immediately jumps back to P2. So a great qualifying lap there from Womble. Jumping up to P2. Very good stuff. It looks like we have a guy with no skills coming in. So he's not actually sitting a lap this time around. So Revs Law will go around again himself. Laminator has set his second lap. No improvement on the first. Snake Eyes up to P7. Looking good on his debut. Rev and the CP Motorsports car down at P8. PD Pops P9. And your championship leader relegated to P11 after Malevolent One pops himself up into P5 there. It's all jumping and changing about as quickly as we can keep up with. Okay, let's have a look at passing. So that should be all good there. You guys should be able to hear all that now. Okay, so sounds like we're having a couple of sound issues. Hopefully you guys have got that sound back. A little bit of trouble there with the PlayStation audio. You should have car sounds back. Let us know in chat if you've got that there. What's going on? Looks like we've got a car off there at the exit of the final corner. I believe that's called Junkao. That was a Hooncorp mobile as well down there. So you guys should be able to hear sound now. Can you hear sound? Please let us know in the chat if that's all working for you. It looks like it is on my screen, so we should be all clear down there. Killer, thank you for letting us know. We appreciate that here. Anything to make the Sector 1 broadcast better, and we rely on you guys in the chat to help us discover things that we may not have picked up, so that's great stuff. So, let's refresh ourselves. VF currently sitting at the top in the Datsun Mercedes and actually coming to finish a lap now. Let's see if he improves.
Yeah, Adam, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes indeed.
Yeah, excellent. Sorry, I'm not sure what went wrong there.
Well, it sounds like you got it sorted, so it's all good, mate.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think the guys, there'll definitely be some mid 138s, maybe even low. There was certainly a few touching that area in our practice lobby, so...
Yeah, it does look like it. VF's currently got a 38.889, so he's definitely knocking on the door of that mid 38. Although he's not looking too flash on this lap, it seems. Womble 3/10 off. I'm excited to see what he can do, because that's he hasn't qualified within the top 5 this season, I don't believe, if I remember correctly. So that is a great start to qualifying for him. He'll be looking to hold on to that for the rest of the session.
Yeah, and he had some technical issues early on too, so but a couple of those guys have just pitted and they're coming out on fresh softs, so that'll change.
Yeah,
it'll
so
certainly mix it up.
Sort of the mid-stage or last dash for these guys now. At the end of this qualifying session, we're looking at 1 or 2 more laps. It looks like Womble's going to go around again, not opting for new tyres, and he hasn't pitted the whole session, so he's just running the same tyres all the way. He's going a little bit slower, so that is quite interesting. Malevolent One's quietly jumped up to P4 here, so that's actually quite a good run for him, and he's actually a 10th.5 blue on his time, which would be enough to unseat Revs Law in front. Let's see how good that Toyota is up the hill.
Yeah, Womble's backed right off. He's actually off on T3, so he's pulled off. His right-hand tyres we're protesting big time on turn-in.
Yeah, so committed all in the beginning of the session. Let's see what Malevolent One can do across the line here. Just less than a 10th better, so it's not quite enough to unseat the Hooncorp driver from P3. Snake Eyes in P5 did improve. He's now half a second off the leaders, and he's still going strong in that Porsche. The interesting one so far is actually 2 of them. I'd say Benny or X in P11 for Respawn, sorry. And he's currently, I believe, 2nd in the championship. He might be 3rd. So that's not the qualifying he will have wanted here. And Isa Renegade as well, leader of the championship on points at the moment. Currently out on track on his 6th lap, but not looking like he's going to improve. With a 39.7 to beat at the moment. And He's going to need another half a second if he wants to get anywhere near the top. And he's not up on this particular lap. So it's not looking good for your championship leader. We could see a shake-up in the order after this round. Keep your eyes peeled. But Revs Law on damage limitation for Team Hooncorp. Nissan driver. Right on the back of another Nissan there as well. The Black Rose entry.
Yep, Laminator's just had a moment on T4 and carrying some damage. He was on his fresh softs up on an outlap, it looks like. So he'll miss a chance.
Yeah, this is his last lap, so he's throwing it away. Unfortunately, staked everything on a final flyer. Not going to be quite enough. I'm interested in what the two Nissans here can do. Revs Law and the Black Rose entry in front of him in a guy with no skills. Debrev gets himself into P7 there for TP Motorsports. Here goes Revs Law around the outside of a guy with no skills. A guy with no skills apparently lifting off by the look of things. 37, 38. It's not going to be. It is.
Oh,
it's pole position
best
for Revs Law at the death by 0.071. VF has already crossed the line and cannot take it back. He was the last one to cross over. There is one car still on track, actually.
That sneaky toe up the hill on the final straight.
Yeah, there's two still going. I don't know who that is up the top. It's Laminator, but he's throwing away his lap, as we know. I think it's someone else there too. Womble. Womble's still going. I don't think he's going to set a better lap time today. So it looks like Revs Law is on top. VF will lock out the front row with him, and Womble will take a P3 in qualifying here. A fantastic result for the Red Mist team owner. Hit a Malevolent one, and debutant Snake Eyes in P5. A huge shake-up here as your championship leader is outside the top 8. And Benier X, who's P3 in the championship, down in P7. So Revs Law, he was looking to make the jump up to the podium positions in the championship, and that's a huge statement from him right there. So we'll give the drivers a bit of time to change their tyres. And select the tyres they want to start the race on. And while they're doing that, let's have a look at our quali results. So here we have Revs Law on top with a 38.818. They're still sitting in the high 38s. Sounds like the guys had the potential for a mid 38, you said, Go. So not quite living up to it, or some people underperforming, you reckon? It looks like we've lost Gur again. But we'll have a look at the results in any case. Oh, here we go. Might have you back. No, nothing. Technical difficulties once again. I think it might be something with his microphone input there. We'll have a look.
Not
anyway.
sure what's going on there.
That's you there. We got you. You must be fiddling around with something because I can hear the adjustments being made.
I'm just trying to make sure it works, but yeah, no idea what's going on. Technically challenged, but yeah, I think it's just a short 10-minute session. Nerves are up, but 90 minutes we'll see it different. There'll be a few bolters off the line. Everyone will be running different strategies over that 230 kilometres.
Yeah, certainly a question of consistency this race. So the standings as they sit, the grid will line up as such. Revs Law on pole position in the Sylvia for Hooncorp Racing and Hooncorp Esports rather. VF, who had such a stellar first round at the Nürburgring on provisional, or not provisional P2, but he will be on the front row with Revs Law there, and Womble RMR P3, the Red Mist team owner. We're very happy with that result, I'm certain. 11-1 in the 86 for Deeds up there as well, and a great start for Deeds this time around. I think Deeds were struggling for pace a little bit last week, so looking good for them so far. Debutant Snake Eyes in P5. He's proving that he's not messing around here, and he's going to take no prisoners from our boys. A guy with no skills in P6. He's been robbed of his traditional P5 there by the debutant, in fact. And Benny X in P7 for Respawn Esports and Debrev. P8 for CP Motorsports. Keza Johnson in the 86 lines up in P9. Laminator P10, Renegade, your championship leader, a dejected P11, and Petey Pops down in P12 and for C. So, okay. Very good. So you should be able to go straight into it with that, shouldn't you? I don't think you'll have to set the grid. It should still just run fastest. Oh no, you'll have to You have to kill it and set the grid again, I think. I don't think he can go into the race. He can't enter. So, just want a photo of the grid set by host, and then you can do that, and we'll be all good. So, let's have a look once again at our championship standings as they sit at the moment. So once again, now with the knowledge of how that qualifying went, I sit Renegade down at the bottom, opposite completely of where he sits on the standings at the moment. In fact, on the standings, he's tied for points with Benny. I did not pick up on that, and there's only 1 point separating those two from VF and P3 for Dadson. So it's as tight as it could possibly be at the top of this championship. Revs Law, who took our pole position tonight, scores himself an extra point and gets himself a little bit closer to that top 3 spot that he is so craving. The Brev for CP Motorsports, P5 there on points. So he was mid-pack once again. A guy with no skills, P6 and P6 on the grid. So the only drivers so far to sit where they are in the championship points. Malevolent One, P7. Dazza in P8, who has just joined us and will start from the back. Keza Johnson. What's that? Oh, I've lost you again. We're going to go to a quick intermission while we get this all sorted out. So we will be back with you guys shortly. Alrighty, so you can all hear me once again. We are nearly ready to go here for the round number 5 here at Interlagos. Our guys have completed their qualifying session. We did have a latecomer in the form of Dazza, who is currently being set onto the grid. He will start from last place, but the good news is he will get a race out of it. So that's great stuff. We would not want one of our drivers to miss out on a 90-minute endurance race. But let's have a look once again at our Div 4 standings as they sit at the moment for the championship. So here you see Renegade at the top, Benia in P2 and VF. VF being on the front row at the end of qualifying, and the top 2 qualifying just down around the 10th position area. So way down the bottom and a lot further down than they would have liked, most certainly. And Reb's Law, of course, qualifying on pole position. So bit of a bittersweet qualifying for the Hooncorp team, with one up the top and one down the bottom, but there's definitely bound to be plenty of shake-ups as the race goes along. So very excited to get that underway and see what's happening. So let us know your predictions down the bottom. I'm seeing a lot of support from ISA and particularly for Renegade, and I'm seeing a bit of support there for VF as well. Good to see the guys in the chat cheering on their drivers. Let us know who you think's going to win. Let us know who you want to win. Any predictions you've got, let's see them. Let's see what you think. And driver of the day predictions as well. You know, we never know what's going to happen around here. We'll have a look as well at our track map for this evening. So don't forget, hard, mediums, and softs are required for all drivers. So we'll definitely see a few different strategies on the track at the moment. The hot tip is the 3-stop is the most popular. But we have seen some go for a 4, and I think there was also some risk takers who did the 2 last week when we gave it a crack. So, alrighty, so I think we are ready to rock and roll. We'll get the guys underway and get this race going for you. Alright. So we'll head over to the track as soon as we get a chance. Your 90-minute enduro about to kick off. Get underway. Up there. Okay, here we go. Drivers are on the grid. The lights are up in the air. We are just about ready to rock and roll. Revs are up. Lights are on. A 90-minute race is underway, and it's a clean start from all at the front. A great start from the Porsche of ISA down there in P5. And he gets he solidifies his P4. Revs will lead into turn 1 here and make it all the way around. Let's hope that we don't see too much jostling from the guys at the back. We don't want anyone spinning out this early in a 90-minute race. It looks like we're all going to make it through cleanly. Benny X jumping up to P5 there and getting just clear of the crew behind him. Snake Eyes up to P4 as well, so someone has fallen down the order a little bit. It looks like it's a guy with no skills down in P7. But our top drivers, Rev's Law coming under pressure from Womble, and Womble is going to go through here, the Red Mist team owner, up to P2. So bear in mind, we might be looking at a tyre advantage for some drivers over others. It's going to be a lot of chopping and changing here as guys figure out the difference in tyres between them. The McLaren of CP Motorsports there. Looks like it's going for a move on Renegade. No, not Renegade. Malevolent One. Sorry. Couldn't quite get my words out that time around. So a lot of moves being made here. It's very hard to tell what's going on. And back there, we've got the Lightning Motorsport car under a lot of pressure from ISA Renegade, your championship leader, who's made a couple of good positions here. The Deeds car moving in and out all over the place there, and a little bit sideways on exit, and we've lost someone. We've lost one of our drivers there, gone sideways. There we go, the Deeds car. Oh no, it looked like it was the Supra of one of the cars out the back. Dazza Sturley, there we go, and Kizzy Johnson also loses out there as we head up the hill for the first time. Womble solidifies P2. Revs Law out the front. It looks to me, if I had to guess, that these two are on the softs. But We'll wait to find out from our tyre and fuel update later on in the race. 2 seconds down is VF coming under pressure from Snake Eyes there behind. He might also be on the softs as well in that Porsche because he got a rocket start and that traction might have been everything he needed off the start there. A guy with no skills under pressure from Benier X. Now let's have a look at what's going on there. Benier down the inside goes Laminator through on the Respawn driver up to P6. Asserting dominance as early as he can. It looks like Benny is coming under pressure from the Hooncorp driver. ISA Renegade back there goes for a move. Benny gives him space and ISA Renegade is down the inside. Through he goes. The Hooncorp driver up the inside of his sister team Respawn. Benny are looking to have another go at it but can't quite get there. We're in the box viewing position here on top of Laminator. Looking back over the Lightning Motorsport wing there. But Renegade is coming through the field at a rate of knots here. He's looking very good. And we'll wait and see if he's got a tyre advantage on those around him here. But looking very strong so far is the Hooncorp driver, and his teammate up the top actually has lost his position to Womble, who's taken over the lead of this race. The Red Mist Racing driver leads the way in the Toyota Supra. That Sylvia is very quick in a straight line though, and we'll see if he can answer back here at turn 1. We'll jump on board the Hooncorp Sylvia as we head down. Looks like he's on a bit of a fuel save at the moment, not attacking too aggressively against Womble. They're both wide of the apex there as they head through turn 1. Right, so the race beginning to settle into its rhythm now. A lot of guys have moved about a little bit. Snake Eyes has solidified P3, so it looks like he might be on the softs as well, assuming the guys out the front are. They could be on the mediums while everyone else is on the hards. So definitely looking a bit complex at the front. Womble has been overtaken by Revs as well. And they're wheel to wheel here, fighting hammer and tong at the start of this 90 minutes enduro. We are only on lap 3 here, and these guys are giving it everything. Look at this. Down the inside goes Revs Law and retakes the lead. Womble keeping it tidy through the middle sector now. And Revs Law looking to assert himself at the front of the field once again. But Womble not making it easy for him. But these guys, if they keep fighting, they will come back into the clutches of Snake Eyes as they appear to be doing. There's not too much of a gap between them at the moment, so they're going to have to be careful how they conduct themselves here. Alrighty, so VF in P5 at the moment, currently sitting adrift of a guy with no skills by a couple of seconds. He goes a little bit wide there on the exit of the last quarter and loses out to Laminator. There's a lot going on behind him as well. Benier and Debrev and Renegade all together on track here. And McLaren has some legs in a straight line. Let's see if it can make a move on the Respawn Esports driver on the way down to turn 1. To the inside goes the McLaren. We've lost Petey Pops. And down the inside on a defensive line was the Hooncorp Sylvia, and the CP Motorsports car can't get through. And we've got a wide moment there. Bowled a huge wide, did the Hooncorp car. And Benier says, thank you very much. Goes straight through him. VF, who has dropped down to 6th position, is now under pressure from the Respawn Esports driver as well. He's got a great run down here towards turn 4. Down the inside goes Benier X. P2 in the championship at the moment against VF, his championship rival, who goes a bit wide on exit there. Was he helped off? We'll let the stewards decide that later, and he's now under pressure from Renegade as well. So these guys are absolutely battling it out here at the moment, and there's so much going on, and it's almost more than we can keep up with. And there's a half-second penalty there for VF as well. Mercedes race not looking fantastic so far, and it goes from bad to worse as they head round, and he loses out to Renegade here, still side by side with the Sylvia driver. Into the last section of track here we go. Still wheel to wheel. They've gone about 4 corners side by side here. These guys are not given an inch. Defensive now from Renegade down towards Junkao. The Merc looks to the outside, can't quite make it work. Is he going to go off the track? Not quite. And the McLaren rather of CP Motorsports is going to go through, and VF is going to lose out once again to the Deeds car as well as he serves his penalty here. Here's the Johnson with a bit of a lonely race so far down in P11, probably on the hard tyres, getting the hard stuff out of the way nice and early. And Dazza, our latecomer, sitting in P12 at the moment. Looking pretty solid though so far. He's just putting his laps in at the moment and looking for this race to come back to him later. Snake Eyes now. Down the inside of a guy with no skills. More moves happening quicker than we can see them. A great defense there from a guy with no skills. Sweeps around the outside of Snake Eyes on the way into turn 4. We've had a network error, unfortunately, from PD Pops. That was what let him go from the race. Very unfortunate in such a long race have that happen. Although, to be fair, if I had to decide, I'd probably want that to happen at the start and not at the end. After doing 89 minutes, perhaps, and then being disconnected. Be the worst possible thing. Have we got you back, Graham?
Yeah, can you hear me, Adam?
I can, yes.
Yes, yeah, quite trying. Yeah, look, I think we're starting to see some different strategies playing out with the tyre choice and also, I guess, a bit of fuel save happening. But do you want to go through that now?
Yeah, let's have a look at what tyres everyone's on. I'm very interested to know.
Yep, so we've got Rebs out front sitting on racing mediums. Wear rate as you expect after 5 laps. Maybe right-hand side's a little bit more compromised, but about 7%. Womble is running on racing softs. That's his early pace. The right-hand side meant to be at 6 laps. They're starting to get down about close to a third. Guy with no skills running racing mediums. Snake Eyes racing softs, so you've got Womble and Snake Eyes on the softs. So this is an important sector for them because they'll be against, they'll be on their harder tyres as the others run to soft later on. Lambinator racing medium. Benny is on hards, first of the hard runners.
Oh, so he's in a really good spot for a hard runner.
He's in a good spot. Debrev, P8, he's on mediums. Malevolent One on racing hards.
What's Renegade on?
Renegade is on. He's on hards.
He's on hards too. So him and Benny are fighting for position at the moment, really.
Yep, with Debrev on medium, and we've got Malevolent One just on the back of those three. He's sitting on hards. So is VF. Kez is on medium. And Dazza is on medium as well, and making a move now.
Oh, wow, VF is getting absolutely swamped here. Look at this. VF is getting absolutely monstered by 2 medium runners here around the outside and up the inside. He lay in the middle of the track, and the guys were like, "I'll go either side of you. Thank you very much. That'll do." And VF goes down to P12, so he'll be grateful that he's on the hards. But yeah, a lot of differences in pace up and down this field.
Yeah, and also we're starting to see that in fuel. So at the moment, VF is by far best on fuel.
Okay, so the Mercedes proving to be quite economical then. Does he appear to be doing quite a lot of fuel saving?
There is a bit happening there. It's one of those things. Running the AMG. I run a 2-stop last week in Div 3, and that was because I made my mind up in qualifying. There was 7 tenths covering the first 12 drivers, and I knew it would be hard to run on pace. So with double points on offer, I tried the 2-stop to bring it down and finish midfield in 6. So it's a viable option, especially if these guys make mistakes pushing it on 3 hard, 3 hard stops.
Fuel save can be very valuable in this race because the refuel rate's about 5 litres a second. So for every 5 litres you save, you gain a second on the drivers around you. So all you have to do is save, 10-15%, and you can make a full-on jump of a driver who's outside your slipstream range in front of you. So you got to be clever about it and save wherever you can.
And on top of that too, if you can pull off a 2-stop and keep your on your hards, mid-41s, you're pretty much picking up 63 seconds for a full pit stop.
Oh.
It's 52 without fuel, so it's doable, but you've got to have clean laps.
Yeah, Yeah, you do. And that's what Rev's Law has at the moment out front. He's now 2 seconds clear of Womble, who is on the softs as well. So he's only going to fall away more so. A great drive so far from Rev's Law. We see it a lot from these Hooncorp drivers. They're just turning up. They know exactly what they're doing. We've seen it from Renegade already this season as well. And they just drive a clinical race. I think Revs did this at Brands Hatch as well. Just dominated the entire race from start to finish. And he's looking like more of the same here. On the mediums, out in front of soft runners, clear by 2.5 seconds. So he's campaigning for that promotion to Div 3, I think. We're might be looking at it sooner rather than later.
And he's got a bit of fuel save going on.
He does. How did he compare to Womble behind him?
Probably about 5% and 10% over guy with no skills.
Oh yeah, so
and
guy
the
with no
same over
skills,
Snake Eyes.
pushing quite hard, I think. Okay.
Yeah, pushing hard, yeah.
Righto. So, great driving so far from Rev's Law. Looking good on fuel, of course. So again, a clinical drive from the Hooncorp driver.
It'll be interesting to see in the next couple of laps if any of the guys on hards, if they're going to run a 3-stop and they run short on the hards, it's sort of around getting close to the time where you make that call.
Yeah, we saw it from GDR last week in Division 1, where he ran a 4-stop, I believe it was. He ran an extra stint on softs and used the hards for only about 3 to 5 laps, if I remember correctly. So here we go. First to blink is Snake Eyes and P5. So the crew behind him will go through. Benny, the first of the hard runners, overtakes the soft. So he's on 50% fuel and he's done 9 laps. So we're looking at about 18 laps if he keeps that sort of pace up. So if he puts the softs on again, he could potentially put 0 litres of fuel in and still do okay. It looks like he's going to drop to the back here as well. So here you go. The pit crew goes to work in the ISA Esports box. Fuel going in. So he is fueling up, as it turns out. And he's probably going to go up to about 90% unless he's planning on going for a full hard stint this time around. That might tell us more than we already knew. There we go. The hards go on with a full tank gone, brimmed all the way to the top. And he's going to run as long as he can on those slower compound tyres. Guy with no skills in the meantime has overtaken Womble for P2 here. So those two are both on softs, aren't they?
Oh, Debrev, Dazza, Renegade, it's on. 3 of them, 3 wide into that T5.
There we go. So Malevolent One's there to pick up the pieces as well. Brev can't seem to catch a break this race. He keeps getting into the wrong place at the wrong time and can't quite take advantage of the incidents that happen in front of him. And here's another one. Dazza Sturley getting very sideways on the way out of that corner there on his medium tyres. And it looks like Debrev is ready to pounce here as they're going to come up the straight. Our soft runners up the front. Womble goes around again. I believe a guy with no skills is also on the softs and he goes around for a 10th time. If I remember correctly, we saw soft runners going between 10 and 12 laps. 10 and 14 laps, I think it was, last week. So we're probably looking at about 10 or 11 from you guys here.
Yeah, you can stretch them out to that sort of 16, 17, but you've got to be careful with them, and certainly not the pace these guys are going. But that said, guy with no skills, he's on medium, Womble on soft. There's a massive difference in the tyre wear.
I presume Womble's right on the carcass now. He must be on his last legs with those tyres.
Yeah, two laps in it and you'd want to be changing. But his times have dropped off just as you get down that bottom third.
Yeah, you can see on the right-hand side of the screen there the list of times that Womble's been putting in. He's gone from 39s and 40s to a 42 on the last lap. He did get overtaken by a guy with no skills, so he might have lost time there. But if most of that can be attributed to tyre wear, then it looks like it might be about time to come in. Benny Rex, still our lead hard runner, just ahead of his championship rival ISA Renegade in P5. Coming around for the 10th time into the final sector. Not letting up is ISA Renegade. He's putting all the pressure onto Benia. I'll be very interested to see which one of these comes out on top in terms of tyre wear, because the Supra has nice even tyre wear all around the car. It wears the fronts just as much as the rears. whereas Sylvia tends to wear out, I think, the fronts more so than the rears. Or it might be the other way around. I forget.
Supra's the front, definitely the fronts.
Supra's taking down the fronts, and the Sylvia, where's he got the most wear?
Revs, yeah, it'd be running on mediums, but definitely that right front on all the cars, and to a degree the right rear.
Okay.
The others don't really. They wear, but they hold off all right. It's exponential on the right hand side of the car.
It's certainly leaning on the right hand side of the car a lot. I've just noticed as well, Womble has the fastest lap at the moment, so that's an extra point if he holds on to that. Don't forget, 39.461, which he set on his second lap. Very early in the race, in fact, and given that he's not the only soft runner, it's looking good for now, but probably see a couple of guys creeping into the 39 flats as we go on. Bear in mind, we saw a 38.8 as the pole time for this race, so very, very strong fastest lap to put down for Womble here in the early stages of this race. Lap 11 now, surely we're going to see him come in this lap. Must do. Those tyres will be screaming for mercy on the front of that car. Laminator behind is applying the pressure now too. Womble meets the apex of Junkao, no problems there. Up the hill we go.
I think he's one more lap in it, I think. Well, they are scared to drive when they're totally red.
Going around once again, yeah. But it'll be that right front that goes completely red, won't it? So it should be okay. To the inside goes Laminator for Lightning Motorsport. Into turn one, the center S. Womble's going to try hold it, but he can't quite do it. The tyres are shot at this point. Follows through the Lightning Motorsport car.
And there's only roughly 2.5 seconds from 5th through to 9th.
Oh, wow. And they're pushing as well, these guys. Benier has all the pressure from the two cars behind him. Look at that. Renegade up the inside, and he's through. Renegade into 5th position ahead of his championship rival. This is one of the battles of the race. Down the Ritter Aposta wheel will come. Benier looking to make an answer down here. Looks to the inside, and he brakes late, but can't quite do it. The McLaren looking to pick up the pieces there as well. Renegade runs to the outside curbing, but not all the way off there, so keeping it nice and tidy. And Benny has got to look in his rearview mirror now because that McLaren
up the inside
is looming large. There he goes. Benny leaves the room. Fantastic racing from these guys, but falling down. P7 now, Benny X. Not what he wants for his championship. Renegade solidifying P5. That's great for him so far on the hard tyres. Come towards the final sector for the 12th time of asking. About 20 minutes in now. Some of the soft runners have finished their first stints. Some still going.
I think Womble will be in this lap.
I would imagine so. There's guys on the hards are closing in on him as well. But definitely a sign that it's time to bring the car in.
He lost the last bit of wide on the pit entrance. And the back was maybe had 5% left.
Oh, wow. So, called it right at the end. Very good stuff from Womble. 39% in the tank. Considering that we saw one of the guys come in with 50% knocked quite a while ago. Surprising that Womble has so much fuel. So, a good fuel save done by the Red Mist Racing driver there. Renegade's starting to pull away now from Debrev behind him. And Benier not quite able to hold on. Falling ever so close to the outside of the slipstream range. Bear in mind, if you are new to the Gran Turismo scene, the slipstream is effective to a second, and you can see there from your delta on the left-hand side of the screen, Benier is just inside that. But here we go. Up to a second now. Not quite. He's right on the edge of it. He's got to push through these corners. There we go. He's now 1.1 behind, so he's got no help from the McLaren in front of him, which is pushing ever so much against the Sylvia in front of him. So, looking good is Debrev at the moment, but I believe he's on mediums. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's on mediums, and actually very good wear on him. So his turn-ins, he's not rushing it, certainly not stressing the tyre out. Fuel's about level with a lot of the front runners, but the guy who I'm impressed with is Revs up front, just the way he's looked after his tyres and the fuel save, but I think we need to keep him in Div 4 and not put him into Div 3.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared, Graham. It's all good. You could swap with him if you want, maybe.
It's interesting seeing how it pans out. But yeah, you're doing a very good job.
It's stellar.
4.2 seconds up.
Yeah, 4.2 up on a guy with no skills who hasn't pitted yet. And he's on the... Is he on the mediums?
Mediums as well. Yep, he started on mediums.
A guy with no skills is actually having a very good race here as well, just quietly. To be 4.2 seconds behind someone as clinical as Revs, that's fantastic so far, I think. And
Lemonator behind also on mediums from the start. Just used a little bit more fuel than the two in front, but not by much.
So, the race is really now between your top two, Revs and a guy with no skills, if a guy with no skills can close that gap. The current runner in P5, Renegade, who's sitting behind the McLaren now after being overtaken, but that's alright, he won't mind that too much because the McLaren is on the medium tyres, so it's fine for him. He can just latch onto the back and look to hold the pace of the medium runner in front of him for a couple of laps. Benny are lurking in behind as well in P6, so those two will be looking to challenge for the win if they can get close enough as well.
Well, they'll have their hard stint out of the way, both those drivers, so they'll pick some of that pace back up, some of that timing gap back up.
Certainly. So they've taken their medicine quite early here, those two. And the race will come back to them later on. Renegade staying very close to the McLaren there. What's interesting is the McLaren's fairly average through the middle sector. What I know about the McLaren is that it's got very average brakes. So all the other cars can outbrake it quite comfortably. But it's got excellent straight line speed as well. So that Silvia is going to get left behind a bit here as we come towards the center S. Once again. It goes a little bit defensive there, does the Brev. Really no need, I don't think, because that Silvia is far from close enough. But like I say, the brakes on the McLaren, not fantastic. So he does have to keep an eye on his mirrors a little bit. But this is perfect for Renegade. Renegade can just sit behind the Brev, save a bit of fuel, and run on medium pace on the hard tyres, which is hugely beneficial for him here. You know, if he can put in 1 minute 40s, and there you go, he's on a personal best already, and he's right behind the medium runner of Debrev, who's running 40.9 as his fastest.
And Renegade's lap times are very consistent. There's 3 or 4 tenths in it right across his stint on hards.
I've been thoroughly impressed with Renegade this season. He's been a great driver and shown real promise in the pace department. His win at Daytona comes to mind after pulling off a brilliant alternative strategy.
It's actually going to be really interesting, these guys running hards. They're on lap 15 now. Do they run to 18 and 19, and does that mean a two-stop?
Well, I think you're looking at a limit of fuel as opposed to a limit of tyre, right? So, how many laps do you think these guys have left on fuel, if you had to guess?
Benny and not much. Probably this lap.
Oh, wow. Is he on the live?
I think Revs could go to 18, easy. Guy with no skills will need to pit. Same with Laminator. Debrev, couple more. Renegade, definitely a few more. Benier's got a lap in it. Dazza a lap. Kazza a couple. VF, he'll run to 19, I reckon. And then Womble and Snake Eyes have already pitted.
So the hards will take you about 18 to 20 laps, I think. So you're really limited by your fuel more than the hards. In reality, for these guys, had a bit of a drop off there from Renegade as well. He's lost a bit of time on Debrev, and he's now well outside the slipstream range. But he got his extra pace out of him, that's for sure, and a bit of extra saving done too.
Yeah, because if you can run 18, 18, 17, or throw a 19 in there and run a 16 on softs, you can definitely run it with fuel.
Yeah, if he makes this hard stint as long as he possibly can, he's going to put himself in a good position for the remainder of this race. The other one who's interesting is Revs Law. He's on lap 16 on the medium tyres, and I think the most we've seen from anyone on the medium tyres is 18 laps. And if I remember correctly, I was really struggling to go 15 on the medium.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's really impressive tyre wear from these guys so far. The management has been great. There we go. A guy with no skills comes in into lap 16 with 2% fuel left. Laminated too.
Yep. So just as a comparison, I came in on the end of lap 18 off hards, running a 2-stop, and I had 2 in, 2 left. So yeah, you're only stretching 2 laps to turn that stop strategy around.
And he comes in as well, actually. So you're right, he was down to 0%. He might have even run out of fuel right as he came across the line there. So he's getting off his hards. Renegade's still going around. Probably
One
going
of
to
the
see
big things. Yeah, yep. One, I reckon he's definitely got another 2 laps if he wants to on fuel. One of the things here, this turn 4, when you're on full fuel load and new tyres, it is so weird.
Can be quite difficult, but thankfully coming out of the pits, you're quite a bit slower on your first lap, so you get that extra little bit of give in your braking zone. Do we have you back, Graham? We lost you for a second there.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, the gremlins are in the microphones tonight.
Yeah, something's not quite right. You might have to clean out your ports later or something. Is it a wired microphone headset?
It's a wired headset, but it withstood a few hours of Grand Theft Auto last night, so...
Yeah, you put it through its paces and now it's given up on you. Yeah. The wrong GT, I think that is.
Yeah, you can blame the stranger for that.
Oh, Sector 1 takes on GTA. I love to hear it.
Yeah. We hone our driving skills there.
Do you pick up any talent?
No, but I wouldn't mind using a sticky bomb in a race, but anyway, that's another story.
Yeah, we'll put the A on the end. Replace the 7 with an A and we might get away with it. So, Debrev comes in, 5% left in the tank, so that was definitely last legs for the McLaren. A great fuel save though. If my memory serves, the McLaren is not fantastic on fuel, so that's a good save from him to make it to the end of lap 17. Taking inspiration from his teammate, the Muffin Man, last week, who had a stellar performance in that McLaren. And doing really well so far. So onto the ground it goes. In goes the fuel. We'll see how much he fuels up by. That might tell us a little bit about what tyre he's going on to. So depending on what he puts on, he'll probably need between 80 and 100% of his fuel. So there you go. Ticks over 80 and still going up to 100%. So he's going for a full tank here. And what does he put on? Back onto the mediums by the looks. Now that's an interesting call.
I thought he went in on mediums.
He did go in on the mediums. So
Yeah.
he's put them back on again. So opting to run 2 stints on the mediums, extending the distance that he can go as opposed to running the softs. I have heard about this strategy floating around. There are a couple of schools of thought on this. So the 3-stop makes it 4 stints. And what a couple of people have been doing is running a stint on softs, another stint on softs, a stint on mediums, and a stint on hards. And you get about the full life of the tyre out of each stint. So you get about 18 for your hards, 14 or 15 for the mediums, and then 10 for each of the soft. And that's just over 50 laps. But some people are finding that to be not quite enough, and so they're opting to run the mediums twice instead of the softs. So they still get a bit of extra pace over the hards, but they can extend the stint a little bit longer. So an interesting call there, and we'll see if it pays off from later on. And now we see, with the 30-second gap, the 2 Hooncorp cars are 1 and 2, locking out the front of the grid here. The Sylvias of Hooncorp Esports, ISA Renegade and Revs Law lead the way.
Yep, so Revs has got 19 laps on mediums. I reckon he'll be in this lap for fuel and tyres. Renegade did his stint on hard. He's got a lot more tyre left, but he'll be in on fuel for this one as well. And VF behind, he's on his 19th lap and probably still got another lap or 2 of fuel maybe.
Oh wow, so he's going to get a lot out of those hards, isn't he?
Yep.
That's good for VF. He might even be able to take it down to a 2-stop there.
Yeah, look, I definitely, maybe there's a 2-stop on for the first 3.
Possibly. But having said that, VF has to find 40 seconds on Rebs if he wants to win this race. And do not count out VF because he is, he's a race winner so far this season. There's no reason why he can't do it. But 40 seconds is a lot to overcome,
And Rebs has gone around for a 20th lap on mediums, so...
Oh, wow. Absolutely killing it up there. How's his tyres? Has he down to the red yet on the canvas?
He needs to pit this lap.
That's all I need to hear.
It'll be interesting. So yeah, maybe it takes a couple of laps off the softs at the end, so he can go harder by running an extra lap on mediums. Yeah.
And Renegade's in now as well off the hards, so he must have been slightly fuel compromised because he's come in with 5% on board. VF will go around again, so that might bring VF a little bit closer to Renegade. That fuel difference could make all the difference here. So he was about 5 seconds adrift when Renegade came in. So it'll be interesting to see what it is after VF does his first pit stop here. And the grid order is going to reassert itself a little bit here after these guys have been in. Because your only non-stoppers so far are VF and Reb's Law. Womble now on the back of a guy with no skills are first stoppers on track at the moment. Renegade will come out behind them. A lot of work to do. But it's a long race. We got just under an hour to go. We're about a third of the way through, and the strategies are starting to reveal themselves a little bit.
Yep, Rebs is in. I reckon he'll have 2%. Zero.
Not quite the right call, but that's all right.
No.
The guy with no skills, the first of the stoppers, will be coming around, and we'll have to see. He's a minute behind Reb's Law. That is absolutely insane. A whole minute difference. Clinical driving from him.
Yep. And the overlap did play out here last week too, is gaining quite a few seconds.
So who boxed earlier? It was Renegade, wasn't it?
Renegade,
over VF. The VF is the one that's chasing him. VF isn't even got to
And he's in as well.
He's on his way in.
Coming in. Yep.
Jump on board with Reb's Law and watch him come out. In fact, we'll jump back a little bit to a guy with no skills. Looks like he's going to be well behind the fellow Sylvia driver of Reb's Law there. A full tank for Rebs onto the medium tyres. Sorry, the hard tyres. There we go. So he's put on his hards.
Followed him.
That's quite interesting.
I know.
Taking his medicine now, I would have thought he would leave that to the end, because now he might get sucked back into the traffic back here. And that's not what you want when you're a leader of a race. You want to keep the clean air as long as you possibly can. But he's out, he's ahead, and a guy with no skills will go in pursuit, but he's got 15, about 12 seconds to catch up on him. 10 seconds, in fact. Okay, he's very close.
Yep.
Does he have a tyre advantage over Reb's Law?
Both on hards.
Okay.
And he's got an extra lap on him. Extra 2 laps on him, sorry.
So I think that was quite a risky play by Rebs to put on the hards, but it's going to pay off for him because, luckily enough, the drivers behind him are also on the hard tyres. So that's quite good now. And what have we put on VF? He's put the mediums on, so he's just going to go faster and faster as this race goes on. Renegade in P11 must have filled up his tank as well. He's right behind Dazza now, going for a move. And he's on which tyre?
Renegade's on medium.
Okay.
And he filled to the brim. Actually, they all filled to the brim. Dazza just moving up. Dazza's on racing hards. Keza is on hards. Malevolence is on mediums. Benny mediums. Debrev mediums. Snake Eyes hards. Lambinator hards, Womble mediums, and the top 2 are on hards.
Benny has come out a long way ahead of Renegade, and Renegade's really struggling to get past Dazza here, and that's going to really hurt his chances. What's interesting here is, in theory, if we assume that Renegade and Reb's Law are driving at the exact same speed, I know they started at opposite end of the grid, but if they started together, and they drove the same speed from start to finish here, they should be equal, they should be right neck and neck with each other after they complete the stint, because Rev started on the mediums, is now on the hards, and Renegade did that in the reverse order. So he's going to be faster now, and he should, in theory, catch up to his teammate by the same amount he lost in the first stint. But he needs to get past Dazza if he wants that to happen. And Dazza is really making him work for it here. Come on board with Renegade, your championship leader. Breathing down the neck of Dazza in the Toyota Supra. Kraken Esports car, playing a defensive game here. See if this is the race he wants to run. What tyres is Dazza on?
Dazza's on hards and Renegade's on medium, so he's got an advantage.
He really needs to get by then because Dazza's going to do nothing but slow him up here. Here we go, this might be it. Will Dazza go defensive? Not enough. It looks like Renegade's going to get his move. Down the inside, he can't quite do it. He's not pushing that car hard enough, is he?
No, I think unless he's got fuel in the background, but...
Because that's the interesting thing about the current tyre strategy that we're looking at. If you're looking to push for a two-stop, you have to look after your tyres, and that has to be done on the mediums. Here we go, down the inside, look at that. Yeah. Very assertive move there. Leaves space on the outside. Looks like Dazza was a little bit short-handed there, and he's gone off. Managed to keep it on the track by the looks, but he's lost a lot of time there. So we didn't quite see what happened. Have a look at it again on board with Dazza, I think. There we go. Bit of contact potentially caused by latency pushed him out onto the exit curb and caused him to slow down and lose all that time. There you have it. So ISO Renegade goes through. So what I was saying before we got to that was the difference between running the mediums and the hards. So you're looking to extend the medium stints as long as you possibly can. And to do that, you have to be quite cautious on the tyres to get that stint longer. And because you're fuel compromised when you're on the hard tyres, when you're running the hard tyres, you can afford to use them to their limit because it doesn't really matter if you wear them out because you're never going to wear them all the way to canvas. So what we were seeing in that exchange there, the dynamic was Dazza could push his tyres as hard as they would allow him to, while Renegade was trying to look after that little bit too much. That caused him to drive just that little bit too gingerly to get himself past Dazza. But thankfully for him, managed to get past after a lap of sitting behind, and now he can go in pursuit of Rev's Law out front. 37 seconds though. I don't think he can pick that up on the medium tyres alone.
I'm just looking at medium and fuel. Yeah, again, it just depends on the strategy because if you're looking at 63 seconds for a pit stop, if he is running a two-stopper, even 12th place might be enough.
Well, you would think that the teammates would run the same strategy, wouldn't you? You can imagine them being a party chat.
Yep.
This is interesting. Snake Eyes comes in for the second time, come off the hards. End of lap 23. So he's run, what's that, 14 laps?
Yep.
So that's quite a short stint on the hards. So he might be going for a 4-stop. Which is probably not going to pay out for him because he's quite far down. He has run his hard tyres and got them out of the way. So in theory, he shouldn't fill up his tank here. He should put in just enough to complete a stint on the soft tyres that he puts on here. So I believe he does have the softs. But he's going to brim the tank. There we go. 100 litres on board onto the mediums. So he ran the softs first, didn't he?
He did, yes.
So he's now run all of his tyres. After he completes this medium stint, he can go back onto the softs and pushes. So, I mean,
it's
see if
just
he does
so
that.
26, so 26, 29 odd laps to go.
Yeah.
So it's able to be done.
Got to run mediums, and then he'll have a chance to change onto something else, which will probably be the soft.
Softs to run home and yeah.
That might work out for him. Definitely called it early, and it's put him a long way back, but he is the first driver to stop twice, and it might come back to him later. Rev's Law is just extending that gap out the front. Nothing that anyone can do to catch him, really. Womble's looking good. I presume he's on the mediums.
Yeah, he's on the mediums, and his fuel's not too bad. Actually, do a tyre and fuel update now that we got the stops out of the way.
Yep, let's have a look at what everyone's on.
Yep. Okay, Rebs is on hards, and he's got, what's that, 3/4 of a tank. Guy with no skills right on the halfway mark, and he's on hards. Womble's just a touch under the halfway, and he's halfway through his mediums. Laminator on hards, half a fuel tank. Benier is on mediums, and he's a little bit under the half. Debrev's touch over half, he's on mediums. Malevolent One on mediums, just under half. Keza is getting down towards a quarter on hards. Renegade mediums, 3/4 of a tank. VF mediums, over 3/4, just a bit over 3/4 of a tank. Dazzler on half on racing hards, and Snake Eyes, as we know, mediums with nearly a full tank.
Right, so what's interesting here is Renegade, of course, as we know, was very close with Benia on that first stint as he looks for a move on Keza here. He's having a bit of trouble overtaking his Renegade. He's looking to the outside more often than he's looking to the inside of the drivers he's attacking. So he's losing a bit of time fighting up and down. So Benia was very close to him, but he's short fueled here. He'll run a shorter stint, I presume, on his hearts. Is he up? So Benia was on the... No, he's on the mediums, isn't he?
Mediums, yeah.
That's right. The mediums, followed by Debrev, who's also on the he's on the mediums again, isn't he, Debrev?
Debrev's mediums.
It's so hard to keep track of.
Yeah, it is. And look, Benny is sort of getting towards the end of that medium stint, so maybe another 3 or 4 laps.
Oh, wow. So how many did Benny do on the hards? He did 16, 17?
He must have done 16, I'd say.
So he's done nearly 10 laps on the medium. So he should, in theory, go for quite a lot longer. But it looks like his stint's going to be cut short then.
Yeah, just over, maybe 25, 30, 35% of fuel left. And the tyres are down to their bottom third.
Okay.
Right
He'll probably get 2 or 3 laps out of it.
Yeah.
But then he'll be forced to come in. What's funny, I think all that tyre wear must be caused by him having that left indicator on. See that? All that extra weight.
He's got plenty of wiper fluid.
Yeah. So adding that extra weight to the right hand side by having the light on the left hand side, you see what I did there? He's worn out his right hand side tyres and he's only looking at a few more laps to go, but he will go around again. The McLaren's going to have a look here though as Debrev goes flying through. It looks like Benny just let him have that, really. But he might come under threat from Malevolent One here if he's not careful too.
Yeah, naughty through there.
And Malevolent One's looking quick in the Deeds car. 86, not too shabby, and fairly good on its fuel by what I gather. A little bit lacking in the straight line speed department. See what it can do against the mighty Supra here. Benia goes defensive on the way down to turn 4. Nothing that can be done by the 86. Quicker across the apex, but the acceleration of the Supra is too much for the Deeds car. Benia trying to stay close to that McLaren. Falling away a little bit now. Very wide moment there for Benia. He's going to cut back inside. Manages to keep it together. But the contact between these guys, the latency not proving to be very helpful. Tries around the outside, can't quite find a way through. For now.
And just about the halfway point, or thereabouts.
Right, yeah, 45 minutes down. Less than 45 to go. And most drivers having done 1 stop, with 1 to go, probably 2 to go, and 2 done by Snake Eyes down the back of the field. 17 seconds down, but he is running his own race at the moment. That ISO livery looks great after it was refreshed. About 2 or 3 rounds in, it's looking very similar to the Black Rose Racing livery. So they changed it up, added a splash of colour, and now the pink and blue looking good. Oak Hill on the sides, main sponsor. Nankai is looking good on his debut. He had a great qualifying, and so far his pace has been pretty good this race. And his strategy appears to be a little bit different to the rest, but see what he can do with that. Keza in the pits now for Brocchio 5 Sim Racing.
And Laminator he's on hards, Womble's on mediums, but he's really gained a lot of time in the last lap.
He's flying under the radar a little bit this race, but he's been very quick all round, and he's been catching a lot of guys towards the end of stints. So seemingly having better tyre wear than those around him, looking after the car slightly better. A guy with no skills is not too far up the road from these guys either, and he's kept that gap to revs very consistent over this stint. 10 seconds it sits at now. Last I checked it was 9, so he's not fallen away too much. That was quite a long time ago as well. Two Supras locked in battle, a second separating them at the moment. Oh, and actually, have a look here at Malevolent 1 versus Benia. A better exit for Benia there out of the final corner. The 86 did have a go at him, but couldn't quite do anything. Head down the straight. Benia struggling a little bit under the pressure of the Deeds car. To the inside goes the 86 late on the brakes. A little bit deep. And off the track? Yeah. Oh no. Not what he would have wanted whatsoever. The Deeds car. Let's have a look at that from on board with Benia here. So to the inside goes the Deeds car. On your left there, see him shoot through late on the brakes. Far too deep. Absolutely misjudged the corner, and off the track loses a whole lot of time. Can't quite get it back together. But he'll have to try that again.
Yep, 3/10 between Womble and Laminator. The McLaren's got a lot better turn at the moment, even though he's on hards.
So Rev down in P5 catching up to Laminator, is he? He's closing the gap.
Yeah, it's mainly Laminator and Womble. It's half a second. Although Womble does pull away a bit on the straight, but that first sector is where Laminator gets his time back.
And these two are on the same tyres, aren't they? Both on mediums?
Medium for Womble, hard for Laminator, and he's actually got a toe. He's got a toe.
He does. He's got a good run up here, down to just under 2/10 now, so it looks like he's going to go for it.
And the inside.
Easily done. He's already through. Have a look back, and he's well clear of Womble already. Womble's going to look around the outside. Can't quite do it though. Gonna shoot back at him here down the Red Riposta. Can't quite do it though. Gives a little bump to Laminator, pushes him through, boosts his speed. Willie looks at the inside. I think he's going to be a bit far back here. Laminator may have just solidified P3 for now. On the brakes. Through they go. Job done. Laminator takes P3. And Womble will not have an answer despite his advantage in tyres. The wear on the hards proving superior to the raw pace of the mediums. Don't make me eat my words, Laminator. I saw you go wide there.
Now the hards on this track are super consistent. In that 141 range, and you can punish them. They still just keep doing that time. Where the mediums, I struggled with it for a while. They were really inconsistent, and especially under braking into turn 4, I might add.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Renegade and I think it was Dazza earlier on. So Renegade had the medium tyre advantage over Dazza, who was on the hards, but because Dazza could afford to push his tyres harder, Renegade was actually struggling to get past. Speaking of Renegade, we've actually got a little bit of a battle going on here between him and the Mercedes and VF in P7. I don't think these guys were in this order before. I feel like VF has got past Renegade at some.
It's got past him, and it's identical tyres. VF slightly better wear, but same fuel.
I think VF pitted a lap later, lap or two later. Is that right?
Yep. He went to 19. Yep.
So he's going to have slightly better tyres, and he's going to be able to go a lap further on this stint than Renegade can. I presume he's got a little bit more fuel as well.
Only a touch. Renegade seems to be doing a bit of fuel saving, but just in his shift points. But I haven't driven that car, so I'm not the Silvia, so I'm not quite sure.
Alright, so the gap at the front extended to 12 seconds now, so the guy with no skills, or Rev's Law, starting to pick up the pace, I think, in the last couple of laps. Really laying down the gauntlet against the Div 1 crew here, Div 4 crew here, sorry. Putting in a performance that would shame those in divisions above him, I think. Really sending a message to these guys. The guy with no skills, P2, he's putting in a consistent race, but he just doesn't have an answer for the raw pace of Rev's Law. It's been a fantastic season so far for Hooncorp, and Rev's Law putting in another stellar performance here. I won't speak too soon because it is still early days, and a lot could change in this race, but it looks like there's not a lot that could go wrong for Rev's Law, barring mistake from himself.
Well, guy with no skills, I reckon he's got another lap. He'll finish this lap and be in, and that's more of a fuel compromise than tyres. And he won't make that. That's 22 laps. He won't make that home on fuel, so he'll have to stop a third time.
Right, yeah. So he's got stops to run. He could run the stops twice for 10 laps in a row.
Yeah, but he's got to run that extra pit stop, so run a 3-stop.
Right, so I think, has Benny pitted, has he? I think he has.
Yeah, new set of mediums on and just a touch over 3/4 of a tank, so that'd only be a couple of laps out of it.
Okay, so he's doubling up on the mediums as well.
Yep.
What's interesting here is he's found himself behind Snake Eyes after making 2 stops. So I know Snake Eyes has already run the softs, but it's interesting to see him still ahead there. 11-1 coming out of the pits now. Will he come ahead of Benier? It looks like no. There he is in the pit exit lane. Out he comes. On the softs though, so he might actually have an answer here for Benier. So Benier's going to have to keep an eye on his rear view. See if that 86 posts a challenge. The guy with no skills will come in as well. McLaren all over the back of Womble too. DeBread piling on the pressure here. The inside goes the McLaren. Deep on the brakes. Makes the apex. Beautifully done there. Textbook overtake from the CP Motorsports driver. Womble with no answer there on his mediums.
Yeah, he's in at the end of this lap. Womble, he's down to the bottom on fuel and also a lap in the tyre, and that's about it.
Yeah,
right
it
front.
does look like it's time to come in. So he's yet to run the hards, if I remember.
That's right, he started on softs. So he'll also need, what's that, 33? There's 20 laps to go, including this one.
He could potentially get 20 laps out of his hards if he's very careful on his fuel.
On fuel.
He has been fairly decent on his fuel so far this race. It might be a bit of a stretch. If he goes one more on this stint, which it sounds like he can't really do, then I might be a bit more positive about it. But
yeah, and to get that extra, to get 20 laps out, that extra lap, you are compromising it. You're starting to run your lap times down to get that fuel save, that extra lap.
Yeah, that's right. If you can stick on the back of DeBrev here, it's still fairly close. It's still within slipstream range just about. Just falling outside of it now as they head through Junkau for the 30th time. Many times around this track. These guys will be well practiced after we're done here today. Up the hill once again. See if Womble comes in.
Well, I reckon we can almost call a strategy on two teams.
There we go. Debrev and Womble both in off their mediums. So Debrev has the softs to run, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah. And Womble has to run his hards. Yep, I reckon we can put a strategy for two teams. We could put a poll up.
Yep.
Hooncorp, only one stop to get home. And, yep, so there'll be two stopping. And Datsun Racing VF, one stop home. So we'll have the two teams only doing a two-stop.
Right. Yeah. So I think you.
I could be wrong.
No, it does look right because those guys have extended their stints as long as they can. So VF, Revs, and Renegade have all got the soft tyre left to run.
That's right. Yeah.
They're going to have to make it probably 5 more laps before they can put it on.
Yeah, 17 laps. I did 17 laps at the end on soft, and it was cooked at the end, but it wasn't unsafe. Some have done 18 on them, if they're really careful. Yeah, but Revs has certainly got, he could probably run to 38, 37 laps.
Yeah, he's got quite a good looking car at the moment, doesn't he? Really looking after it.
Same with VF, and same with Renegade.
I'm very interested to see if Renegade can catch VF. And the other one that I'm interested in is Benia. So Benia is down in P9, and we're looking at probably another stop to go for him. And he's a minute down on Revs. The fuel disparity might be a bit of a difference because he's obviously got a lot of fuel on board now, and the others are going to stop for pretty much a full tank very shortly. Well, not shortly, but a few laps' time. So the first of our 3 stoppers would be a guy with no skills, followed by Womble. I think Snake Eyes is still on his 3rd stint, isn't it? Got 1 stop to go? Or is
he'll definitely need to stop.
He made 3 stops.
Being back a minute, I think he's made 3.
Okay, so he's going to make a 4th stop. I think he's run the mediums twice off. Now, I needed a notebook for this.
Yeah.
Can anyone in chat remember what the strategies were? Because there's so many different ones going on. It's really hard to keep track of. But I feel like Jimmy Broadbent and Tom Brooks when they're watching the GT World Series events, and they mix up the strategy completely and wonder why someone's so far off the pack and they made an extra stop. Here we are, Snake Eyes, P7, after many a stop. 1 to go. Everyone with 1 stop to go, I think. That'd be right, wouldn't it?
Everyone will have a stop, yeah. Some will need 2. Well, some have made 2 and they'll need a 3rd. And the top 3 runners theoretically can get home with just the 2nd stop.
Lemonade is pushing very hard. He's on fresh softs, isn't he?
He is, yeah, and only half a tank, so he's short fueled. So he must be got it, yeah.
So he pitted. This is his first timed lap on these tyres. So he's done an out lap. He's going to finish this lap instead of time. But he's going to have about 8 laps left on this tyre, depending on how far he pushes it. I'd say 8 laps to go because it's probably going to do 10 and 10 if he runs the softs again. So it's helpful leather here from Laminez. Keep an eye on him. He's going to be very fast all the way to the end of this race. There goes Benia down the inside of the ISA driver, the debutant. Benia also on the softs. Oh, that looked nasty. It looked like a bit of a rough and tumble there from the Deeds driver and the ISA driver. We'll have a look at that again if we can. Here we go on board. Down to turn 1. Late on the brakes goes the Deeds car. A late apex there from the ISA driver. Very slow on the apex. Do they collide again? No, the Deeds car takes the position. So good rejoin from the AEST driver. We'll let the stewards deal with that one later. I don't think we need to make any mention of it. But you may just hear an ominous clicking sound from the steward's pens.
Yeah. I actually think it's easy driving this race than it is trying to call it with the different things going on.
Yeah, keeping track of the entire field. You know, you don't really have to worry too much when you're in the race yourself, because you only have to worry about the guys around you. But yeah, it's so much going on.
I definitely think you'll see Laminator pick up to maybe 2 spots here, because the 2 in front are on hards, and Laminator's running softs, and he's already at least 2 seconds. He's 2 seconds a lap quicker than the 2 in front.
Do you think Womble can make it the next 17 laps?
No, about 4 or 5.
Right, so he's got to stop again quite
Yeah.
soon. I'll be interested to see if he puts the softs back on. Probably not though. Probably put the mediums in. Might need that
if he
extra
can
bit
get,
of pace.
if he can run up to 12 laps from home, maybe 13 laps, go the softs. But he looking at his fuel, I'd say he's short fuel when he put those hards on. I didn't catch it on the screen, just to pick up some time and get the hards out of the way.
Well, the upshot for Womble is he's still got the fastest lap sitting there that he set on lap 2 of this race, and 34 laps later, no one has unseated that from the top of the standings. Quite impressive. Quite surprising too. I thought a couple of guys would have a say about it, but most of the drivers are on their soft tyres now. So we'll see if anyone can have anything to say about that fastest lap.
Right, well after this lap I think there's sort of probably 15 laps to get home. Revs will be in, if not this lap, he might squeeze one more out of it. So theoretically he can fill for 15 laps, run softs and run hard.
Go all the way hard.
Reasonably hard. Yeah, reasonably hard, yeah.
They've extended these stints quite far. That's for sure. And that McLaren's getting very close to Womble here. Looks like he's going to go through to Brev. The Laminator's now just about within a second. Going to get very spicy for the top 3 here. Or top 5, sorry. There we go. Through goes the McLaren. Womble's going to have something to say about it around the outside, but nothing that can be done against the might of the soft tyre. I believe that's the soft tyre on Debrev's car, isn't it? Or the mediums?
No, he's running hards.
He's on hards?
But but they're fairly new and he's short fueled. So he hasn't got a lot of weight on top.
That's interesting. I wonder why you would short fuel your hard stint. He's running an extra stop over the others. So he's running a shorter hard stint, and presumably he's going to go onto the softs shortly.
Yeah, maybe with 12 to go. Yeah, 12 or 13 to go. And then he'll hopefully pick up a little bit of time between the 2 fuel stops.
So Womble to the inside again, has a look, but nothing doing for him. So Womble's on the mediums, isn't he?
Hards.
He's also on hards. Okay, so it's a level playing field between these two, and Laminator now is going to start getting held up by these guys. Let's jump on board with the Lightning Motorsport car, because this ought to be very interesting to watch. Let's have a look. Down the inside of Womble he goes, very late on the brakes. Looked like there might have been contact there, but we're not sure. Womble gets out of it unscathed relatively. He's going to look to have an answer here. The soft tyres, far grippier though. Bit of a bump down the second to last corner there. Through we go. Now he challenges the McLaren. CP Motorsports car. A bit of a sitting duck on the straight here, although it does have fantastic straight line speed. So, interesting to see what he does here. Supra, charging down the straight. Soft tyres underneath them. Hard tyres on the McLaren in front. Can go late on the brakes for Laminator into turn 1. Let's see. Does the McLaren defend? It does. Sits in the middle of the track. To the outside. Laminator. Tries it. Doesn't push it too hard. Try again at the end of the Red Riposta. Here we go. Now you can see he's getting held up. That McLaren is a lot slower on that harder rubber. Here we go. He's much closer this time. The McLaren will defend. Let's get an outside view of this. Will he look to the outside again? Switch to the inside. There we go. Goes for the move up the inside. Jukes him down into the 4th corner. Through he goes. Those soft tyres proving to be much better than the hards underneath him. That was awesome. A last minute jink to the inside. Beautiful move there from the Lightning Motorsports driver.
Yep, and Rebs is in for his last pit stop, or his second and last. So he'll go to softs now, fuel for maybe 15 laps, and he'll be home.
Looking very confident up there, I'm sure. If VF comes in as well.
Just looking at Rev's hard lap times, just a model of consistency, 141 flat to 141.4 sort of thing, every lap. Not a mistake on hards.
It's artwork on that timing sheet there for our leader at the moment. VF coming in as well.
And VF, he's responded. Yep.
There he is.
So
not the
he'll also get home. So another 2-stopper.
And Renegade coming around again. So he's going to go for an extra lap, run a slightly shorter soft stint by the looks. Nearly catching up to his teammate here. Look at this. Very close now. Onto the Red Aposta. There he is. Look, the two Hooncorp cars. Photo opportunity for team owner Nismo Nath. Look at this. Just 2 seconds separating them. Get a photo of that, son. Looking good. Renegade will come around. Probably box
He'll come in this one. Yeah, he's got no front right medium left, and this is his last lap of fuel. But yeah, another 2-stop. But it'll be interesting to see where he comes out with BF.
Guy with no skills is yet to make another stop, doesn't he? He must have had a mistake somewhere that we missed.
Yeah, he'll definitely need to. He's only got probably 30% fuel.
Interesting, because a guy with no skills was about 12 seconds behind Reb's Law the last we checked, and now Reb's has made us an extra pit stop essentially, and a guy with no skills is 4.5 seconds behind, unless he's made a second stop already.
He pitted on 33. Stop. Yeah, he pitted 33.
And he's currently
so maybe
on
short fueling. Renegade's on the grass.
Yeah,
he's on mediums.
He's on mediums, right. He'll probably move to the softs very shortly. Probably same time as Renegade, just about. And here we go. Look at this. To the outside.
He'll be.
One of them going to box.
Renegade will be in. That was that right front protesting, I reckon, coming onto the straight. But just looking at guy with no skills, very consistent times in the 40s on the mediums. So it's the top 4 or 5 drivers. They've done really well to run to numbers.
From 34 to 40, all 40s.
Yep.
40, 40, 40, 40. Say 40 one more time. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here at what happened with Laminate a little bit earlier. We want to ride on board with this and have a look at this replay. This was beautiful. Down the Red Aposta, the McLaren goes slightly defensive, and at the very last second here, the Lightning Motorsport jinks to the inside, down the inside, late on the brakes, and through he goes ahead of the McLaren. Fantastic work and really well done.
And VF has got Renegade across the pit line.
Right. There we go. Through he goes. Renegade out here on his way out. He's going to be chasing down VF, but VF is on the... Is he on the softs too?
VF's on softs, yep.
He is. Okay.
So yeah, definitely 2 stoppers played out. It's the consistency that's pulled it off for these guys.
Yeah, it's been a clinical display from like 4 of these guys, honestly. It's been really hard to pick, and Renegade will be really kicking himself that he didn't qualify further up the field, because he's had a great performance in the race here and pulled off the strategy really well. Like, it's really worked for him. But yeah, he hamstrung himself by qualifying so far down.
Yeah, he did short fuel a little on VF, so it'll be interesting to see just how that pans out, because even half a lap here, because it is a 4.5K circuit.
So Renegade's got slightly less fuel than VF, does he?
Slightly less fuel, yeah, and 4.3 to make up, so there's probably might be a lap in it, an extra lap fuel carried by VF.
Quite interesting. Looks like so Benny has still got a stop to make.
Yeah, so we got guy with no skills has to stop. Laminator definitely stopping. Debrev will. Malevolent. Yeah, he's under half a tank with 11 to go, so he'll need to stop. And his right front is shot, so yeah.
And Benny, I presume, will be the same.
Benny's got no right front left. There's alloy sparks, and he's got about 6% of fuel.
Okay, Benny is yet to stop. So, apart from revs,
It's
P7.
down to VF. Yeah,
P7 is the first driver besides revs who has completed all their stops. So for track position,
that's right. Yeah.
currently looking at revs, VF, Renegade, ahead of Womble as well. When did that happen? When did Womble fall 10 seconds behind Renegade? Happened on lap
I think
30 or 39 by the looks, but very interesting. I don't know when that happened.
No, because I'm just looking at just a normal out lap, and he's straight into 41s on hards. But he might. I'm not sure if he's got enough fuel. 10 laps.
10 laps worth of fuel. Might be just enough. He might be banking on 52 laps.
Yeah. It's just under half. Hard to say. So.
To be fair, I made that mistake last week as well. I short fueled by 2 laps for my last stint, and had to save 2 laps worth of fuel to make it to the end. And I still ran.
Yeah. Yeah, to run a 2-stop, I was after T4 hitting it using fuel save around to the last corner to stretch it out. Yep.
Alright, there's Benny coming in. 11 and 1, 2. But they'll put on the softs once again, I'm sure.
Renegade's pulled half a second back on VF almost.
Yeah, just down under 4 seconds now. About 4-second mark.
Yep, so it'll be a podium battle.
That's very exciting. 11-1 is coming out not too far behind as well. So he's going to be ahead of Womble by the looks.
And he's coming out on softs with plenty of fuel, so
just
he'll
behind
send
him. Look
it.
at that. Womble goes by the Deeds driver.
Yeah, he's on softs, plenty of fuel. He'll just send it.
And Womble's on... Did you say Womble's on the hards?
Hards. He's on hards.
Now that's an interesting strategy call. I thought he'd go back onto the softs, but that's alright. So he's going to be a sitting duck here for 11-1, I think. A nice, easy pass, you would imagine. Although I'm sure Womble will try and make him work for it.
And out of the guys running home, Womble's got the least amount of fuel. Not by a lot, but he just probably limits how you can send it if you're under pressure.
Laminator in for one more set of softs by the looks. Going to have to fuel up as well, so he's going to drop down a fair way. Guy with no skills still hasn't made his final stop either.
Yeah, this is he might have one more lap after this, but it'll be fine. That's guy with no skills, so he'll need to come in.
And they're fueling up. Malevolent one to the inside of Womble, up the straight. There it is, through he goes. Womble will do a bit of a fuel save here by the looks. Get himself home. Or is he going to attack back at the 86 of the Deeds car? To the outside goes the Red Mist car, late on the brakes. Can't quite make it happen around the outside. Or can he? He's held the car there. And there you have it. Through he goes, and the Deeds car gets sideways.
Good save.
Oh, wow. I don't know exactly how that happened, but couldn't quite get it done. So he'll have to have another crack at it on those soft tires.
That inside curb there is really, really tricky if you go over the crest of it.
Yeah, I think that 86 tends to be a little bit loose on the throttle sometimes as well. So he's got to be careful now too, because Debrev behind him's on the softs as well, and he's going to be very fast here at McLaren. Guy with no skills comes in. VF, the second of our guys to have stopped for the final time. So I think with a guy with no skills pitting now, that'll be everyone pitted, so we can have a look at our track position. Wait and see where he comes out. Run through our field, I think.
Actually, he's filling now. I think P4 will get through. I think P5 won't. So guy with no skills probably come out in P4.
Putting in a lot of fuel here.
P5, yeah.
68% on board.
P4.
There's Renegade. Renegade's going to go by. You can see in the pit lane exit. There's the car right there. There you go. The Renegade goes through and will end up ahead. Well, it might be a bit close, you know.
Yeah, guy with no skills is on softs as well, so it's his last stop.
Fight to the death between the two opposite Sylvias.
And plenty of fuel, so he might have just filled a little bit more than he needed, but it'll let him really go home hard.
That gap to VF has not come down one bit either. In fact, it's extended a little bit, so it looks like Renegade's just going to have to try consolidate P3 here. What a fight back that's been, though. Renegade from outside the top 10, I think it was, up to P3. A shambolic qualifying, but a fantastic race. Although, having said that, he's still 53 seconds behind his teammate. That's insane.
Yeah.
Reb's Law is going to win this race by nearly a minute.
Yep, on the same number of pit stops, same 3 tyres. Yeah, but definitely Hooncorp have got their strategy worked out as a team.
Yeah, well, great work from VF as well to piggyback the same strategy. Not to say that he didn't potentially come up with it himself, but obviously because it's the same, it becomes slightly less remarkable. But it's a great strategy played to perfection by VF, and he is going to take out one of the Hooncorp drivers with it as well. Laminator's the other one I want to watch, although he's got a half-second penalty.
And definitely planned and practiced.
Yeah, these guys have really put their time into this one, I think. But Womble is being pursued by a very hungry Debrev. Dean's car's got past as well. McLaren looking to the outside here.
Outside, yep.
He's got enough straight line speed. He does.
It's just that legacy. He's the only runner out of the... Well, he's the first on anything other than a soft. So it's pretty hard to fight.
Yeah, he's going to go backwards a bit here because he does have that disadvantage. Off goes the Rocky 86 car. How has that happened? Through goes Benia.
Early
He's got
on
a little bit sideways on the way down the S.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And that is just an example of fatigue setting in. You know, he's still got 7 or 8 laps to go, and he's done 45 laps here. You know, 80 minutes of driving just about. You get pretty tired, and that's what happens. You know, you make a mistake like that under little to no pressure, or perhaps facing the carrot that's being dangled in front of you by Womble on those hards. And we've seen his praises before, but Snake Eyes has fallen a little bit far down here, so the strategy has not played out for him as he probably would have liked, but he's definitely showed a good turn of pace here. I'm very excited to see what he can do in the normal run.
Yeah, and Kesler's running on soft, so I think he would have passed Womble with half a dozen laps to go. He was only a second behind, but Snake Eyes is running on mediums. Plenty of fuel to get home, but just that tyre difference to the guy in front.
Have a look now again at Renegade, P3, your championship leader. And that, I think, will change, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember our points. So, Renegade was at the top, Benny is second, and VF in third, with 1 point separating them. So, if VF beats Renegade here, and I presume Reb's Law will not get enough points from the win, I think VF will be your new points leader for the season in Division 4. If the race finishes as it is.
And Rebs has, after a lot of laps, knocked off the fast time for Womble, so he's sitting there 1:38.5, better than qualifying.
Look at that too, a 38.5. He's just been like, oh, okay, it's not too far to go. It's the last stint. Better get the fastest lap, but just to be safe. It reminds me of Max Verstappen at Catalunya. The team's telling him, please, we do not have to worry about the fastest lap. Just bring it home. And Max was just like, no, I want the fastest lap. What is it? And then he just goes and demolishes it. And here we have Rev's Law, our very own Max Verstappen in Div 4. Rev's Law, the master of Div 4. That's got to be a new name. 51 seconds clear. King of Div 4, master of Div 4. We'll have to come up with something later on, but he's absolutely kicking butt here tonight in the Hooncorp Sylvia.
Yep, and VF's extended about a bit over a second out on over 2 laps, so...
Yeah, Renegade doesn't really have an answer for VF now. In fact, he's actually going to come under pressure from a guy with no skills soon if he's not careful. Venier X, your other championship protagonist, is probably going to fall outside the top 4 here after this round, based on this result.
Yeah,
Not
a guy
what you
with no
like.
skills. He's got plenty of fuel. And his tyres are a lot fresher than Renegade's, so he can really send it from here.
Oh, he's coming down too. He's just knocked 4 tenths out of him once again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very interesting.
He's into the 39s, Renegade's staying in the 40s. And that could be partly due to fuel.
Is Renegade saving a bit of fuel, is he?
No, he's a bit over a quarter of a tank, but there's still, what, 50, if it goes, it'll go 53 laps, I think.
There's been a remarkable recovery drive so far for Renegade, getting himself back into the top 3 positions, but he is going to come under pressure at the end here from a guy with no skills. 6-7 minutes to go. And about 5 laps after this one here, I think. Might actually see some of these guys only do 52 rather.
52, yeah.
I'm not sure. I know Rebs will get 53 because he's absolutely blitzed this race, start to finish. So within slipstream range now is a guy with no skills, so this might be the lap he goes for it, although not accounting for slipstream into turn 1 there, goes a little bit deep, misses the apex.
Yep, 4 laps to go.
Got plenty of time to make it happen, and he clearly has the pace over Renegade. Are both their
Yeah.
tyres in the same condition?
No, guy with no skills tyres probably 60% better. Because he pitted later. I think he was running.
Okay. Very good. So he should have enough of an advantage, I think, here to naturally have better pace than Renegade.
Yep.
Getting very close now. Look at this. Through the middle sector. For the podium. A guy with no skills. It's been such a long race. We're coming down to the last few laps now. Renegade's going to throw everything at this defense, surely, to keep a guy with no skills behind. It's Hooncorp versus Black Rose Racing. Sylvia versus Sylvia. Matching cars. Nissan on Nissan.
3 stop versus 2.
Stop versus 2 stop. It's as close as it gets. Here we go. Will he defend the inside? Just closes the door there. So it looks like a guy with no skills is probably going to have to look to the outside in turn 1 here to make this move stick. Renegade holds the inside. Defending the position. The Hooncorp driver on the inside. The Black Rose driver tries the outside. Nothing doing there. He'll be reset and have to try again. Down the Red Aposta they come. Charging down the back in the slipstream. A guy with no skills. He's half a second back. He's not going to be close enough to go for a move here, or is he? Hard on the brakes. Through the left-hander. Closing right up. Look at the pace that the Black Rose car has. He's got so much more than the car in front of him. Up to the sweeping right-hander. Some people have gone for moves here today, but not this time around. Not close enough. He's going to get closed right up here through the middle sector. Look at this. Right onto the back bumper of the Sylvia in front of him. Reminds me of the menu book, the Sylvia sisters. One versus the other. 2 identical cars, liveried up in different colour schemes. Head back up the hill one last time. One more time. To the inside now. The Black Rose car's looking up the inside at Junkao. Not a conventional overtaking position, and probably would have left himself compromised if he came up the hill ahead there. But he'll try again. Go on board now.
Yeah. And this battle's just letting VS get away a little bit more with 3 laps to go. That,
Oh,
great
here we go.
run.
He's got him to the inside. Look at this. Hoonkorp's going to try hold the outside. The Black Rose car on the inside. He's going to keep it to the inside on the right-hander.
Oh.
The Hoonkorp car keeps it this time around. But he leaves a bit too much space on the left-hander. And the Black Rose car is going to come back at him. Look at that.
Ooh,
Oh, bit of contact forced onto the grass, the Hoonkorp car. He's going to have to concede the position. And there we go. The Black Rose car is into the podium positions on lap 51.
Nearly wide there.
He's pushing it as hard as he can. Does Renegade have an answer?
On the table.
He's pushing it to the absolute limit, wasn't he? And I don't think the stewards will need to look at that, but he was walking a fine line, I think.
Yeah, that was worth about 7 or 8 tenths to second place. Just they're battling through those S's.
Let's see if Renegade has an answer here. He's going to have the toe on the main straight, hopefully for him. He keeps it nice and quick through the middle sector. He's actually fallen behind quite a lot here. 9 tenths now the gap. Down they go. A second the gap. I think it might be all over. I think the Black Rose car may have solidified P3 here. There it is.
And Revs is having to deal with a little bit of traffic up front. He's up to P10, P11.
We should have the blue flags out for these guys. Luckily for Revs, there's not too much risk to his finishing position here. There we go. Snake Eyes and Womble both get out the way. Very good from those two. And no change of position between them either. Fantastic sportsmanship from our Sector 1 faithful here. Love to see it. Revs Law goes through.
And he's timed his soft right front down to, he will get another lap out of it. So perfect timing.
Not long to go here. And it looks like he's only going to get one more lap. And the guys behind him are going to finish on this lap. Is that right? Maybe not.
128. I think the top 5 will get another lap.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Speaking of top 5, Laminator, P5 at the moment, very solid drive, and with no one either side of him, so he's probably going to finish where he is right now. But a great drive from Laminator. Yep. Fantastic stuff.
And he'll time his fuel exactly down to the last lap.
Beautiful. So it'll be touch and go from 11 and 1, whether he gets another lap or not. And he's got Deprev breathing down his neck here, actually. So we need to keep an eye on this. McLaren looking to the outside. We're probably going to go for it on the main straight this time around, I think. It's going to be very interesting to see if the timer runs out before these guys get to the line. I think it will.
And actually, probably lucky it's 53 laps because he's just pulled 1.2 seconds out of VF.
Yeah, he's picking up a bit of time there. It's now down to 3.8. VF might be falling off a cliff here. 3.5. The guy with no skills might steal second here. Deprev will come across the line. And he's finished ahead of Malevolent One. He got him on the main straight. Great work there. Benia will come across the line to take P8. A disappointing finish for our championship. One of our championship protagonists, rather. That might drop him down the order a little bit. Keza in P9. Snake Eyes P10. And our leader across the line, P1, a lap ahead of the rest. 54 laps completed. Revs Law with a dominating display. Takes P1. What a drive from the Hoonkorp driver. Have a look at VF now. 3.1 clear of a guy with no skills. It looks like he's going to hold on to it, but as you say, very lucky for him that it's only gone 53 laps.
He's timed it perfectly, and he was in P12, I think, after about the 4th or 5th lap.
Yeah. A guy with no skills. He was challenging for it. 2.3 came down to, and it looks like VF might have been a bit fuel compromised. In fact, he might still be. I think VF's lot run out of fuel.
No, he's good for a couple of laps.
No, he's all right. Okay.
Yeah.
2 seconds. He really slowed it up there and dangled the carrot for a guy with no skills. But P2 for VF, P3 for a guy with no skills. Renegade P4, regardless of where he finished, it was a fantastic comeback drive. And Laminator in P5, I think he has run out of fuel. Oh, what a race that was. What a race that was. Well, Revs is untouchable this season, man. He hasn't won every round, but when he has, he's been in a class of his own. So, we'll get up your results for you now. Here we go. Revs Law takes victory in Season 7, Round 5, the endurance race here at Interlagos in Division 4, and the fastest lap in pole position. And I think it was a Grand Slam as well. He led every lap, didn't he?
Yes, yep.
What a drive. Dominating display from home court. VF in P2 in the SLS AMG. A great drive from him as well. I say a great drive. It was a fantastic performance for him. And one of the best on the grid, for sure. I believe he qualified second and then fell way down the order on the hard tyres. And then fought all the way back as well. And on same strategy as your winner. A guy with no skills on the first alternative strategy in P3. Just pipping Renegade by about 4 seconds and nearly catching VF in the process. And Renegade with a recovery drive of the ages up to P4 and in P3 for a while there as well. Nearly held onto it. But a guy with no skills just proved to have too much skills for him. Laminator P5 with a very solid race there for him. Taking the guy with no skills spot in P5. Debrev, he was in and out of the action the entire race and finished P6 there, so not a bad result for him. The Malevolent one leads 86. Very well done as well. Benia, P8. Respawn Supra. Heather Johnson in the 86 ahead of Snake Eyes, our debutant, finishing P10. A great debut for Snake Eyes. I think he got his strategy slightly wrong, but he did very well on pace. His qualifying was superb, and looking forward to see what he can bring to the rest of the season. Dazza Sterling in P11 and Womble in P12 round out the grid, and of course Petey Pops with our DNF early in the race. A very unfortunate disconnect, network issues, as we do see sometimes in sim racing. Thoughts, Graham? We've lost you again. Have a fiddle around. Who you got? There you go. I think I can hear. Yep, gotcha. A lot of sensible driving up and down. So that was really nice to see. And yeah, like you say, the clinical performance from Revs Law, absolutely astounding and in a class of his own. Got a lot of support from VF in the chat. VF, the driver of the day. Great race, VF. Driver of the day, VF. Driver of the day. One for Renegade there. Laminator, didn't run out of fuel. I just slowed down for sponsor time. Just wanted a bit of extra camera time for the Lightning Motorsport car. Very good. I'm sure stickers will be happy with that. Petey Pops says driver of the day. Petey Pops, I can't argue with that actually. He did have a fantastic 1.5 laps, I believe it was. And another one for VF as well. Commentator MIA. Great calls. Love to hear it. Thank you for the support, team. And I think that means that driver of the day is VF. What do you think, Graham? All right, well, we will go to a quick intermission for you guys, and we'll come back with the action in the next 5 minutes. Go get some snacks, go to the bathroom, and prepare yourselves for another 90 minutes of awesomeness. Okay, team, and we are back. Ready to rock and roll for Division 2 now. Here for Group B, at our endurance round here at Interlagos. I am joined in the commentary box by the one and only Captain Muffin. Say hello, sir. Yeah, very exciting and looking forward to it. We might have an audio issue here where they can't hear Muffin, I'm not sure. I think I may have slightly messed up our side of things, but we'll get you back onto that in a minute. I'll quickly run through you guys through our standings for Division 2 at the moment. We have Stickers leading the way for Lightning Motorsport with a 6-point lead over Old Wakey, and then to Lunacy in P3 for Blacklight Motorsport. Karen Unleashed P4, Lenosis P5, DP Mario P6, Evil Evo 9, and in P7, Race Fan P8, Crazy Good Kung Fu in P9, Dadson in P10, Pat Star in P11, Maverick, Salazar Black, who has left us, and I believe will be replaced with someone else, and TG Beta down at the bottom there as well. So, a couple of changes to the roster, and we'll get into those very shortly. So, just to refresh you, we are in Interlagos, and Sorry, I've just seen that message from G, so I've fixed that echo now. Sorry, got you sorted. So to remind you, Interlagos, 15 corners, 4.3 kilometers, soft, medium, and hard's required for our drivers this evening. So slightly different to our usual setup. But qualifying is already underway. So let's go have a look at what's going on over there. Alrighty, so I'll reintroduce you, Muffin. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing sensational, mate, here on the streets of Interlagos in Brazil. But I will admit, if I hear someone yell Carnival one more time, I might just put earplugs in.
Yeah. Alright. So qualifying's already underway. These guys are on their first flying lap. What you're looking at now is Cruisin', driving for Blacklight Motorsport, the Ammo Ferrari. And he's followed around by Dadson in the Mercedes. So we saw a Mercedes perform very well in the last race, so we'll see if Dadson can replicate that performance here this time around. Black Friday, P3, or currently third on track rather. Debut, I think, for Black Friday for Red Mist Racing, so very good to see. In the blue Supra green beacon livery. I forget which beer that is. Womble, not Womble. Muffin, you got any idea? I could ask Womble, but...
You're probably best off asking Womble. It's not very good to ask the non-beer drinking person what beer is currently on the side of a car.
I thought you were that kind of guy. Sorry, mate. Yeah, you do
apologies.
sound like an avid beer drinker.
Quite the opposite.
Race fan in P4 for CP Motorsports in the McLaren. Another car we saw doing quite well in the last race, and you have some experience in that too, Muffin. So, how'd you find this car around here last week?
I think it's a very good car. Like most of the Group 4 cars here, it was having very minimal aero and not too much power. It does have a bit of understeer, but all you gotta do is just sort of be a bit more gentle with the throttle and sometimes come out of the corners with a bit higher gear, or higher gear I should say, and usually it's able to pull you out nicely. But overall, great car driver around here, really likes the curbs and loves the straight lines as well.
Very good. And Evil Evo P6 currently. Not on the track. He has set a time. Drops to P7 now as more come across the line. DP Mario for Black Rose Racing. Currently sitting P9. I think, where are we? Stickers in P4 now. And so he's down the back, but he's put in a time that's fairly close to the front. We've got another livery bug here that's not showing the Lightning Motorsport sticker. So it's lucky that Laminator decided to get a bit of extra TV time in the last race for that Lightning Motorsport livery. Had to make up for what we're seeing now. Kraken Esports driver Old Wakey currently sitting P3. So provisional pole, Lenosis, after the banker laps have all been set. Fairly unsurprising, Lenosis has been in a fantastic form this season so far for APR Automotive.
He's been doing a great job there in the Obsession Motorsport Supra, and just looking at the field currently, he's currently got 7/10 of a second to P2, which is just astounding. With a 37.5, that's a good enough time to put him towards the front in Div 1. That's a great job from Lenosis there.
Not to mention, P2 is our debutant, Black Friday as well. He's got a bit of a slipstream here from Dadson. Let's see if Black Friday can do something on the way to the line here. Let's see what he's made of. Is he Div 2 quality? Is he Div 1 quality? Have we made a mistake? Not so much, but he goes within 6/10 of Lenosis in front. Lenosis coming into the pits. DP Mario jumps up to 3rd place. Great lap from him in the Black Rose racing car. Another Black Rose car performing well tonight. Crazy good Kung Fu flying under the radar there as well for Isa. Isa looking very fast around here tonight. Snake Eyes was very quick in Div 4 as well.
Certainly are. The Porsches really like the track here. I think it must be just that middle sector there, being that merging layout. It really just takes the track really well. As Lunacy in the Ferrari takes P2. Ooh,
Jumps up
what
very
a lap from
quickly.
Lunacy.
Just shy of 4/10 behind Lenosis there. A really good lap from the Ferrari driver. The Ferrari's a good car. I would not sleep on that car whatsoever. The Group 3 perhaps not so much, but the Group 4, very strong.
Right now, currently looking through the field here, people I think should improve at some point. I can see Cruisin putting about a lap in, as well as Race Fan, Stickers and Old Wakey. In practice, those cars there were pretty good. Setting time, similar to what Lenosis has done there. Currently, Black Friday, astounding job. He must have flew under the radar really well during practice. That's the first time I've seen him towards the front. No offense to him, but it's good to see him there. But
Might have been
yeah, first time I've seen him.
holding his cards close to his chest. So, I don't know if you saw Muffin, but through the first sector, Lunacy was purple by nearly 2/10. So, we're on board with him now as he comes through the middle sector. I'm not too familiar with these corner names, but he's about to come through the 3rd to last of them. They're heading down towards Junkao now, and we'll get the sector split as he comes across this little straight part here. Let's have a look. He's down by 0.5 so he's lost a bit of time in the middle sector, but promising signs in the early part of the lap. We'll see what he can set this time around. It's possible he messed up Junkao the first time around too.
Very possible. And also this track here, with a big long straight to the start finish line, as long as you can get a good run out of the last corner as he goes into the pits there, you can get a good lap time in, even if you're 0.5 down coming up to the last corner. But guess we'll never know how good the lap would have been. But that's alright.
Have a look at Crazy Good Kung Fu as well. What's his split down the first straight here? The Red Riposta. Not quite up to scratch, unfortunately, but he's looking pretty good as far as starting position is at the moment. Currently in P5. Not a bad place to be for the ISA Esports driver.
Very good place indeed. He's currently got a slipstream in front of him of Patstar, who has got a penalty, so he won't get the full benefit down the main straight. But however, in this middle sector, you might get a little bit of a bump trying to pull him closer towards the field. But now I think at this point he's gotten too close. Might be a bit of a hindrance as Patstar goes wide, lets him through. Good sportsmanship there from Patstar.
I think that might have hindered his lap just enough to force him to ride it off there. But Patstar did the right thing, getting out of the way. Good to see.
If I may as well, going on the exit of turn, I believe it's 3 it is, or turn 4, I'm not sure how the corner names work here. Stickers has gone into the wall. He is absolutely spun in. He's currently parked it on the side of the track.
He's just sitting there. I wonder if that's a disconnect or if that's him ending his qualifying session. He does have a bit of time to set another lap.
He certainly does. I'm not sure what's happening there. Let's wait and see what happens. We'll give it time. Hopefully, it's just him parking it and not any sort of mechanical error or any sort of netcode internet errors there.
Might have had a personal thing come up in the house that's pulled him away from the rig, but we'll see. Keep an eye on him. Currently still sitting on the exit of turn 3, on the outside rather. Lunacy now on his first flying lap after putting fresh tyres on. He is up on his best time, but I don't think he's purple on Lenosis. I'm not sure how the Ferrari straight line speed compares to the Supra.
I think from memory they are relatively even.
That Ferrari probably has slightly better acceleration. It's got very good grip in the rear. No improvement for Lunacy. Go on board with Black Friday now. Down we go. Interesting, that decal on the bonnet there between the green and the beacon. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. But
Yep, we'll let that go, I think. It's a very lovely decal womble. Thanks for putting it on the car, but we'll just leave it there, I think.
I think it's to distract the drivers in front if they look in the rearview mirror.
Which is honestly a great tactic. You know, most of the people here, you know, they are very interested in, well, that. So really, Black Friday could win the race just from that decal alone. Who knows?
Well, not if he drives the way he's driving right now. He's currently down on his best time. See if he makes an improvement out of Junkao. But it is only one corner.
Speaking of best times, though, Lenosis come out of the last corner now. He's currently purple by half a tenth. As Cruising goes to P4, just saw there. Great job there from Cruising.
Let's have a look. Black Friday, no improvement. Lenosis coming to the line. This is the final lap. We are all done here. Lenosis will come across the line. No improvement. So he sticks with his 37.5. Captain Snooze or Old Wakey pops up to P4.
P4.
Good. Karen Unleashed down outside the top 8. P12, in fact.
Improved his time, but not enough to gain position, unfortunately.
As
Lunacy improves his time a bit, but unfortunately stays 3/10 away from
Lenosis in front. But it looks like he rode off his laps, and he's going to start in P9. So, Crazy Good Kung Fu, DP Mario all finished. Looks like everyone is done. That's
your grid there.
Qualifying all finished up. Couple of 37s in there as well, Lunacy and Lenosis there. But let's bring up our quality results and have a look-see here. For your information, Lenosis P1, Lunacy P2, Black Friday P3, your top 3 there. So Debuton making the top 3, and Old Wakey in P4. Consistently up the top is Old Wakey here in Division 2. Cruising in P5, teammate of Lunacy up in P2. DP Mario, P6 in the first of the Sylvias. Crazy Good Kung Fu in the Cayman GT4. Evil Evo 9 in the 4C. Stickers in the Supra. And Race Fan rounds out the top 10 in the 650S. Dadson in the SLS AMG down in P11, followed by Karen in the 86. Hatstar in the Alpha 4C. Any surprises for you there, Muffin?
Really, looking at that, I think it's about where I thought it was. I think personally, I'm not biased. I thought the Race Fan McLaren there would have been a bit higher up on the grid, but I guess just couldn't put it together, unfortunately. Not biased. But yeah, and also Black Friday as well. That's a phenomenal job from him to debut. Oh, it's either his debut or his second round. Don't quote me on that. To get towards top 5, let alone what top 3 was in the end or near enough to it. He's done a great job.
Yeah, really well done. From all these guys here, two of them in the 37s, and for reference, our fastest lap in Division 4 was a 38.8, and that wouldn't even be enough to be in the top 10. In fact, it would be P12, the number 1 time from Division 4, so it just shows the quality of drivers up here in Division 2 and the spread that we've got here at Sector 1. There's a division for everyone. So if you are in the chat and you're watching and you want to get involved, we have a division for you no matter your skill level. So make sure you get into our Discord, which is in the description down below, and get signed up and join the fun, because that's exactly what it is. So I think it's time to get these guys rolling and get our race underway.
Relieve themselves at some point. I do feel like mid-race is a really bad time to do so.
Yep. Giving the guys a moment. We'll get them going here. Long race, 90 minutes. Any predictions on strategy, Muffin?
Looking at the cars there, I I think going off the Div 3 race we saw last week, I reckon Evil Evo and Pat Starr in the Alphas, I can see them um, doing a two-stop strategy. The car itself just really lends itself to that sort of long run on like the soft and medium tyres. It really doesn't kill them at all, and the fuel efficiency on those cars is phenomenal. Um, Personally, I reckon DP Mario in the Sylvia, who is known for doing less stops, I think he might be on for a two-stop as well. And as we saw in the last race, it is certainly possible, and if done right, can net you a great result.
Yeah. Yeah, our top two in the last race did 2 stops, as funny as that may be. So definitely a viable strategy, and will be what these guys employ. Lenosis from pole with a 3/10 gap to Lunacy behind. I'm sure he'll be feeling confident after that, but we'll have to see what he does across the course of this race.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put a projection in now, just like we saw last week with Division 1. I reckon there'll be 3 different manufacturers on the podium by the time we end this 90-minute race. I'm not sure which ones yet, but I can see
Ooh.
3 manufacturers making it.
Well, I have a lot of faith in Lenosis, so that tells me that you think Black Friday's not going to keep it in the top 3.
Well, I'm thinking that possibly the Gnosis might spin out and Black Friday takes the win. You never know.
Well, you've cursed him now. Lenosis, block your ears. Don't listen to him.
The commentator's curse, thick and thin, coming through. No, I think there are a lot of guys there, like across a long race like this, they'll really come out to shine. I think also as well, Karen, starting P12, unfortunately that 86 really just, it just doesn't lend itself to this track. It's really poor in the straight lines, unfortunately, and just doesn't have the tire and fuel efficiency of the Alphas. But I reckon once he gets into his rhythm, I think Karen can make up a few positions there and possibly sneak himself into possibly the top 8, I think.
All right, so a lot of confidence. Let's get her going then, I think. Time for the talking to stop. I said the talking to stop. We'll keep talking, but the action to start happening for yous on the track here. Time to
Yes.
get this kicked in the guts. I agree. I think it will be an exciting race for sure. There we go. I have resolved the problem where we can't hear Muffin in the... Oh, I've missed the start. Oh no, I was trying to fix a problem.
It's a I'll commentate for you here. Lenosis immediately covered the inside line so Lucy couldn't make a move. Defends P1. Currently on 2 wide through the first chicane. Cruising gets a bit loose with DP Mario. Managed to hold the position there. Old Wake is out. DP Mario punted.
3 wide back there. Look at that. And it looks like Lunacy is trying to apply pressure to Lenosis. Going very defensive there is our race leader. 3 wide back here between DP Mario, Crazy Good Kung Fu, and Old Wakey. Up the front for the Kraken Esports car. Black Friday's managed to hold on to his P3 here.
He's doing a great job there. As currently Lunacy goes for a move. He's done it. He's up to the inside of Lenosis. Can Lenosis hold around the outside? Oh, he can't. He's in the marbles. He has definitely lost that. Lunacy takes the lead.
P1, and we've got a Supra going for a move on Black Friday there as well. And DP Mario takes advantage around the outside of Black Friday here. Look at this.
Wow, great racing from these guys, and with as well, different strategies, different tyre compounds. You're going to see a lot of chopping and changing throughout this whole field here. As Raceman in the background goes for a move on Cruising, I believe it was. Makes it stick, great job there. And we got Stickers and Evil Evo going 2 wide, come up to the last corner, but they resolve the issues and go to single file formation once again.
Oh wow, it's been a hectic first lap. Dadson's dropped himself down to P13 unfortunately, but that might be on account of his tyre selection. Lunacy up the front, under pressure from Lenosis here. Let's have a look. Down the front straight, they rocket towards turn 1. Braking at about the 50-metre board. Late on the brakes goes Lenosis. Up the inside, he's gone a little bit wide. Can he get it stopped? He has. The Super of Old
Lunacy.
Wakey's back in it as well. Lunacy's hung out to
Lunacy
dry on
wants a
the
part of
outside.
it.
And there goes Old Wakey up to P2, taking advantage. DP Mario getting involved as well.
God, these guys have a chance to 5-lap sprint here. Old Wakey goes for the lead, ran the outside. Can you make it stick? I think he's done it.
He has. He's gone through. Lenosis drops to P2 here. So it was already decided on the first lap, but Lenosis has thrown away any chance of getting a grand slam here, leading every lap.
Definitely. That is gone now. DP Mario now goes to P2. Up against Lenosis going into the middle sector here. Lenosis tries to hold around the outside.
Can't quite do it though. And the Ferrari of Lunacy's still there as well. And Crazy Good Kung Fu's involved now too.
Jeez. Now, I know it's very early, but I'll give you guys a very small hint of the tyre and fuel update. Across the top 5 cars, we have 3 different compounds.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that Old Wakey is on the soft tyre.
Yes, you can assume that as much as you'd like to. We'll confirm that later on when the tyre and fuel update comes by.
Alright, so DP Mario P2 now in the slipstream of Old Wakey. They've settled down a little bit now. Apart from Kung Fu and Race Fan. Race Fan's done very well here. He nips to the inside there over the pit lane line. That might come with an invoice. And it does. A half second for Race Fan.
Very unfortunate there from Race Fan.
A little bit too friendly with the pit lane lines.
It's very easy to do here. You're just trying to follow someone, go from over the inside potentially, but then you just cut a bit too much of that inside wide line, and then from there as well, your tyres get dirty, you lose traction, and it gives you a penalty as well. And I think Race Fan might get another penalty. Yep, another 1 second.
1.5 seconds for going wide on the exit there. He's still got dirty tyres. Will he make it around this corner? He does. But now he's safe.
I was about to comment on Race Fan on being one of the biggest movers, going from 10th to possibly 5th, but I think that that memo might now be null and void once he serves that penalty.
Yeah. You were onto something there, but not quite. But have a look now at stickers on Evo 9. Super down the inside of the Alpha.
We've also got Lunacy and CGK going 2 by 2 through the middle sector. Lunacy was a great switchback there.
Just to hold the position as Lunacy, but they're actually dropping off of Lenosis in front, who's now 2.7 clear. Something's happened there for sure.
Definitely. I think right now, let's just say Lunacy, I think he might be playing the old work smart, not harder card. He's not pushing too hard, just trying to get himself into a rhythm sooner rather than later. If you lose a position now, that's fine. You can just gain it back later on.
Yep. DP Mario on the back of Old Wakey. He is close enough. He's set the fastest lap this time around as well, so well, I don't know. DP Mario probably on the softs, but we'll find out later on apparently. He's going to have to go for a move on Old Wakey though, because assuming he is on the softs, regardless of what Old Wakey's on, he will be getting held up here, so he needs to get by as quick as he can.
Definitely, and like as well, Lenosis is doing a great job as well. He is falling off the back of DP Mario and Old Wakey, but I do have a feeling that DP Mario and Old Wakey could be slipstreaming each other here and just sort of pulling each other both away from Lenosis and P3, as well as P4 and 5 of CGK and Lunacy.
Been an interesting opening part of this race. Lenosis sitting comfortably in P3. I would assume that he's on a harder compound than the two in front of him, but it's possible that he's not.
Currently as well, Lunacy and CGK going 2 by 2 again through the middle sector here, but CGK covers the switchback off, gets a position. He can now power on.
Jump on board with Lunacy. Battles raging on through these laps here. Porsche performing well here tonight.
He's doing a great job there in the hands of CGK. It's a shame Beaver's not here as well. We could have seen like a side-by-side comparison of how the car actually is across 2 different drivers. And Beaver itself, he's a very formidable talent. Unfortunately, still pretty green and still pretty new to it all, but from the race I've seen so far, he's got a bit of pace behind him.
Yeah, it's like the Formula 1 dynamic of having 2 drivers in the same car. You get to learn who's really the better driver, and watching them now, it would have been nice to have someone to compare CGK to, but as it is, nothing for it, but he does sit ahead currently of Lunacy, getting a little bit sideways out of the center S there.
Yeah, unfortunately grabbed too much curb.
Yeah, it's very easy to unsettle the car through the dangerous part of the track. Stickers has got past Race Fan now. So he's performing very well now. Stickers, a big climb back through the field.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
I feel like it's not the first time that he's parked up in the middle of a qualifying session. I wonder if he's trying to challenge himself. Div 2 is too easy, so I need to qualify in the mid-pack and enjoy a race for a bit before I go and race off into the distance and win.
Yes, this is currently Stickers' attempt at earning driver of the day by coming from the back of the field to the front, because he knew if he did it from the front he wouldn't get driver of the day. It's a very good strategy from Stickers, but he has to rely on the rest of the field not holding him up here. If he loses any time, cars in front like DP Mario, Old Wakel, Gnosis, Lunacy, CGK, they'll all go. They'll all drive into the distance and Stickers will be just left behind.
Well, he's cruising up to the back of Black Friday now, so he's going to have to do something towards the center S this time around, I think, as Black Friday a little bit loose through the last section there. About half a second separating them now. Let's see what Stickers can do on the way up.
Let's see here. Currently as well, we've got Race Fan chasing down Stickers, who's chasing down Black Friday, all within a slipstream of each other. Let's see how close these guys can get coming into T1 and 2.
Well, it's interesting at this point, people will be sitting into their fuel saves as well, so I wonder if Stickers is just doing a bit of a save there just to hold his position and look after the car a little bit. Comes off the apex there through turn 3 a little bit.
Something that we also missed as well here, DP Mario has gone to the lead, overtaken Old Wakey now. It's currently got about half a second in hand. Well done, DP Mario.
And the Race Fan up the inside of Stickers there. They head into turn 4, or out of turn 4. Race Fan now in pursuit of Black Friday.
Definitely that McLaren there. It's not entirely night and day better, but straight line speed here I feel is the one of the best in the field currently. Like the Supra can rival it with a slipstream, I think, and the Ferrari isn't too bad either. But the McLaren, it really loves anything that involves a straight line and your foot not coming off the throttle.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the stronger cars in the straight line here. The Sylvia is also not too bad in a straight line, and I think the Supra actually had a bit of a hard time against the cars last week from memory, but definitely performing okay tonight.
I think you could fill us in on that one, Adam, being a Supra driver yourself,
yes,
how good or bad the speed was.
It's hard for me to say because I spent the whole race on a bit of a fuel save, so because of that I couldn't quite tell how I compared to the cars in front, or the McLarens rather, of yourself and the Sylvias, because I was always trying to reduce the amount of fuel that I was using. Have a look at Race Fan though, up the inside of Black Friday. First time's a charm, straight through he goes. Black Friday tries to fight it back a little bit, but can't answer the McLaren whatsoever as they head through turn 3.
Definitely, that McLaren there, I feel, when you go hooked up right, McLaren is one of, if not the fastest car through that first sector. It can absolutely monster over the curbs, and oversteer just doesn't exist. As Black Friday gives a little bit of contact to Race Fan going into turn 4 or 5, or whichever one it is, but nothing bad comes of it. Play on, boys.
Looks like Black Friday is not taking it lying down, that's for sure. Wants that position back if he can have it, but I think that McLaren's a bit too fast for him, although we'll see through the middle sector, because you'll know about this, Muffin. McLaren has a bit of a hard time in the middle sector, doesn't it?
It certainly does, I feel. I think it just, for an MR car, it really does not want to rotate, in my opinion, but that's just me. I think as well, you put it in a lower gear to try and give you more horsepower out of the corner, just understeer, so you put it in a high gear and you get more torque, as Race Fan nearly spins it out. Ooh, that was a very good catch.
There, but he's managed to look after it enough to get it back on track. Black Friday following him down.
I think at this point now, we're about 11.5 minutes into the race. I might as well keep you all, or stop you all from waiting. Coming with the Sector 1 tyre and fuel update, brought to you by insert sponsor here. So, at the next level racing.
They sponsor the replay.
Okay.
In charge of the tyre and fuel update. we'll have to discuss that later. Anyway, what are we looking at?
Yeah. Okay, currently GP Mario in P1, he has got just over half tank of fuel running on the soft compound tyre. His front right tyre, which is the worst one he has got currently, is probably about 20 to 25% left of it. It's still alright, but I can see him coming in the next few laps. Old Wakey, currently in P2, also on the soft tyre, has got a touch more fuel, probably maybe about, let's say about 10% or so, give or take, over GP Mario in front.
That's 2 seconds at the pit stop.
Approximately, don't quote me on that, my eyes are not the best. But tyre wear, he's a bit better by a little bit on the front left, but he's front right, sorry, but his rear right has absolutely lost it. He must be absolutely cooking that rear tyre coming out of corners, just mashing the throttle. But currently now, also in P3, we have Lenosis there. Same amount of fuel pretty well as Old Wakey, maybe a touch better, on the medium compound tyre. So he is in a great spot, Lenosis here. 2 seconds off the back of the guys in running softs. He is in a good spot. CGK in the Porsche. Currently just over half tank of fuel, probably just a bit better than Dippy Mario, just a bit worse than Old Wakey. Currently on the soft compound tyre. Tyre wear a bit better than Old Wakey for reference, across the both front and rear right hand side tyre. Now this one here, Lunacy P5 on the hard tyre. He has done a great job there to be 11 seconds off the lead on the hard tyre. Just over half tank of fuel, currently looking in a pretty good position. Hard tyres, they don't wear, no need to talk about them, they're fine. Race Van in P6, he must have been another move there that we've missed. I thought he was in P7. Anyway, it's not important.
He's
Currently
been ahead of Black Friday for some time now. Black Friday keeps trying to fight it back, but it looks like Race Fan's finally pulled away.
Yep, nice pull to gap, broken slipstream. Currently on the medium compound tyre, currently sitting just below half a tank of fuel, not by much. Medium tyres aren't looking too bad at all. He's actually doing a really great job. His medium tyres are, comparatively speaking, only a touch worse than Lunacy's hards, so he's really babying the car. Black Friday in P7 now. Fuel probably on par with Lenosis and Old Wakey in P2 and 3 respectively, or 3 and 2, sorry. On the hard tyre he is on now. Once again, don't wear, he's fine. Currently also doing a really great job. Stickers behind him. Right now, I'd say Stickers is the best spot fuel-wise. There's not much in it, but he is in the best spot. On the medium tyres, same as Race Fan, he's not really using them too much, which is really good for your stint longevity. Cruising in P9 now. Fuel-wise, probably maybe a touch off Stickers, I believe. A little bit of difference, not too much. On the hard tyre, which are looking really nice. Probably about the same as his teammate in Lunacy's in P5. Evil Evo in P10 currently. On the hard tyres, which look brand spanking new, because that Alpha just really likes to take care of its tyres. It's you could have sworn he's just done the first lap again. They look that fresh. Fuel-wise, about just over half a tank, still running about the same sort of spot as the Stickers and Cruisers of the field. Dadson in P11 currently, making some moves there I've just missed as well. Currently on the hard tyre as well. Fuel-wise, I'd say right now he is the best off. Once again, not much in it, but he is the best off fuel-wise. We've got Pat Star in P12. He is also on the hard tyres, same as his teammate in Evil Evo. They just look magnificent, no wear whatsoever. About half a tank of fuel, so looking really good fuel-wise. And coming out the back of the pack, we have Karen Unleashed from Deeds Racing in the Toyota 86, aka Subaru BRZ, depending on how well you squint. He's on the hard tyre right now, and I can confirm he is comfortably the best on fuel.
So a big fuel stage for Karen.
I think, unfortunately, though, the way he's going here, he might not be able to really capitalise too much on the guys in front, but I think he might be able to sneak his way to the back end of the top 10, the way he's going.
Interesting strategy from Aaron. Not normal to see a Deeds car having so much fuel on it. And now we see our first to blink as well. DP Mario into the pits off his soft tyres. He's used 67 litres of fuel, which is not too bad, I don't think. Old Wakey takes over the lead ahead of Lenosis, who is closing the gap. It was over 2 seconds. It's now about 1.5.
Yep, I think Lenosis, in my opinion, should have boxed that lap as well. His front right, it's pretty much on the rim at this point. It is gone. I think Lenosis is going to get a really big kick out of this. He's going to catch right to the back of Old Wakey in front, and I think Old Wakey's going to really suffer from it.
Yeah, it's going to feel like a waste of a soft tyre when he sees that Lenosis was on the mediums, but I think Lenosis's pace is just a cut above right now. You know, he's displaying qualifying 3/10 clear, and right now being this close while on an inferior tyre is fantastic for him. So, jump back down a little bit. DP Mario emerging from the pits in P12 just ahead of Karen Unleashed. He might actually get overtaken here. No, he won't. He's going to hold the position. P12, and I presume with a full tank of fuel.
No, he is not. He's running a soft stint, so he's probably put in enough fuel to cover maybe 12, 13 laps.
Okay, that's not too bad. So he's running light, and he's running a soft stint. So that should be quite interesting. Here we go. Here's Lenosis on Old Wakey. Old Wakey will be coming in, you said.
Oh, if he doesn't come in, he'll lose too much time, I feel. There might be some alternate strat I'm not aware of as he comes in. Good call, good call.
There we go. Great prediction, Muffin. Very well done. Lenosis takes over the lead. Retakes the lead, in fact. To the top, Obsession Motorsport. APR Automotive on the side. Down he goes. On the medium tyre, leading the way. A great first stint so far for Lenosis, keeping well in touch with the soft tyre runners in front of him.
Definitely. I think right now, personally, I'm watching CGK and P2, also on the soft tyres, but I think he'll box this lap, but I think if he wanted to, if he was kind enough to the tyres, he could go another one, but it might get a bit sketchy towards the end.
12 or 13 laps is a lot for a soft stint, so I'd be very impressed if he goes any further. But yeah, he has done very well. He's had a very good first stint, he's had good pace, and clearly looked after his tyres very well too.
Yeah. Also, do bear in mind as well, it might not look it now, but Lunacy in P3, on the hardest compound tyre you can get, essentially driving just on a tyre covered with ice, more or less, it's that slippery. He's going to start making good gains towards the front once he takes it off. Currently, right now, I lean towards him being on a 3-stop, but looking at his fuel number, a 2-stop could work for him, it's just whether or not the tyres will agree.
And it's quite hard to push the car that far. I know we saw a couple of guys in Div 4 do it, but they were so gentle on the tyres, and it's so cutthroat in Division 2 that you really have to push all the way. So it's quite hard to do something like that.
Definitely is, but it's one of those things that every driver's different. There are drivers here that can absolutely nurse the tyres and still get good lap times out of them. They will be the ones that do a 2-stop, but myself personally, I am the renowned tyre shredder at CP Motorsports. As CGK comes into the pits, 25 litres in the tank, done pretty well with the fuel. What was I saying there? But yes, my tyre shredding techniques really sort of dictates my strategies to more or less go for as many pit stops as I can while still having good speed, because I like to just drop qualifying laps for the whole race. That is my mentality.
And a few guys like that, a TX3 GTR comes to mind. Not a big fan of fuel saving, not a big fan of tyre saving. He just likes to go hell for leather. And that sounds like a racer's attitude. So, you know.
Yeah. While I can't speak on behalf of GTR, I have to imagine it would be a similar mentality to me. When you sure, you have to take more pit stops and you spend more time in the pits, but it just means you've got less to think about. You can just go out there and drive as hard as you want, rather than thinking, oh, have I got enough fuel, have I got enough tyre to make it this far into the race? Like, it's just less sort of and ahhing about it. You can just go for it. And generally, when you think less, you go faster.
It's true. Less time occupied by the brain. So, having a look at our order, we've still got a couple of cars, or plenty of cars actually, who have not pitted yet. Lenosis being one of them, out the front. Yep. And what do you think he's got in him for laps left, as far as fuel and tyres concerned?
Currently, I can see him coming in like 15 or 16, so I reckon he's got another 2 or 3 in him.
Okay, now that'll bear watching. Yeah. Lunacy probably in a similar position. Actually, how's that tyre wear on the Ferrari? Do you think he'll be about the same?
Tyre wear, he'll go another one, but I think actually looking at it now, maybe the fuel could be a factor for him. He might start pushing a bit harder since I last looked, because right now, Lunosis in front has got more fuel than Lunacy. Yes.
Perhaps the Ferrari not quite so efficient.
Possibly, or it could just be the way he's driving it, you never know. But quietly making his way up, race fan in P3. Of course, pit stops have happened, and that is a factor you got to take into consideration. He's medium tyres is looking better than Lunosis in P1. However, that fuel tank is similar to mine last weekend. Just isn't looking as pretty. In my opinion, I reckon race fan will come in. I reckon 15 will be the mark for him, unless he wants to try and go a bit more aggressive on the softs. But I think 15 is the mark for race fan.
Alright, so the next couple of laps, all the action's going to start unfolding. Our early stoppers, DP Mario being one of them, down in P8, looking good. He's got the fastest lap, 38.1, not too shabby at all. Might even be faster than his qualifying time, I think. So that'll be a bit bittersweet for him.
It's one of those things. You could just have that lap there on the last time out. Generally in the race, you find yourself going quicker than qualifying. Combination of more fuel in the car slowing you down in qualifying, and as you get into the race, the track sort of grips up. You find your rhythm a lot more. You can see where the limits are a lot more clearly, and you just naturally start driving faster.
I think you're right. The rhythm's a big part of it, and it gets you going. And once you settle in, you really go through the laps. And DP Mario, purple once again. So let's see if he can improve it. He was only slightly purple, but he'll definitely want to go for it. I think it might be worth burning a little bit of fuel for that, because that is worth an extra point. See what he does here.
Possibly, I could be wrong, but that might be worth 2 points being the Enduro, but don't quote me on that.
I will not quote you on that, but we will bear in mind it might be worth more than usual. There you go, 2.24. He's in the 37s. DP Mario is in the 37s on lap 14 here rather, of the Enduro. That would have been good enough for P3 on the grid.
That is a great job there from DP Mario, and that was done with no slipstream whatsoever. That was just his raw pace. Now it makes you wonder what strategy he's going to go for, whether he does a 4-stop like GTR did last week in the GTR, the Sylvia, or whether he does the more, I guess not subtle, but the more contained strat of just a medium stint and a hard stint and cruise to the end. I'm going to think about that. That's going to keep me thinking.
He's undone it all now. He's gone off at the exit of turn 4 and copped himself a penalty in the process, lost some time and then been slapped with a half second as well. Don't ask me how that works, because I don't know, and I don't think anyone knows. It happens for reasons unknown to science, but the upshot is a half second penalty hanging over the head of DP Mario after setting the fastest lap here with a 37.948, which might last the remainder of the race. It's a very good lap and really throwing down the gauntlet, but it may all be undone here by this half-second penalty. And look at that, 2 seconds down on his lap time after just a mistake on its own. And to add insult to injury, he goes a half second. So race fan will come in up the top. Stickers goes across the line to go around again. For any of you wondering why we have a default livery on Stickers' car, it's one of those lobby glitches that just causes the livery not to render in. He does have his sticker, have no fear. Admin of Sector 1, do not punish this man. He has done everything that he needs to do, I think. But just as well that Laminator got that extra TV time in race 1 at the very end for Lightning Motorsport, because they sure needed it, as it turns out. But P3 now for Stickers, looking good, looking pacey, looking racy and looking fast. Only 7.8 behind Lunacy, ahead after starting way down the grid, just on the fringes of the top 10. A great start for Stickers.
Great job indeed. Really, it's he's doing well. He's still saving fuel as well. Currently, I'd say out of the top 5, the best you can find there fuel-wise. Also, something I mentioned as well, Evil Evo in the Alfa Romeo up to P5 on the hard tyres still. He's got enough fuel in the tank for a few more laps. I really think he could be on for a 2-stop here. Currently as well, DP Mario in P7. The first pit stopper currently in the field there. And I'm just trying to sort of plan out what strategies are going on here. I think Lenosis will be, hey, he didn't come in, he's doing 17 laps. What on earth is going on there?
Has he got enough fuel to get around?
He doesn't have enough fuel, but I just saw that tyre, or tyres even, might be a serious issue for him. But, okay, no worries then. But he must have made a mistake, because Lunacy has made a bit of time up, only about maybe quarter of a second or so since this lap began. And just, even though there is a fuel difference between Lenosis and Lunacy, when you take into consideration that the difference between the hard to the medium and the medium to the soft compound tyre is roughly about a second a lap, I think Lunacy might play himself back into this come the end of the race.
Yeah, Lunacy looks like he's looking after his car really well. He's just chopped a second out of Lenosis there because of the mistake that Lenosis made at the exit of turn 4. But, yeah, really good pace being shown by Lunacy here. And Lenosis, while he's putting it down and doing what he needs to do, he's got to be careful here.
Yep, as cruising here comes out of the pit lane, full tank, medium tyres. He's biting the bullet early, I should say. And he's starting on the hard tyre, so he's going to do probably about 15-16 laps on this medium tyre and then just drop qualifiers for about 40 minutes or so on the softs.
So we can probably guess now that Lenosis is probably trying to do a 2-stop, isn't he?
He could, but he would really have to bait with the soft tyres. In 28 minutes of racing, he's turned that medium tyre on the front right to absolute dust and rim. If he can, if he were to do a 30 minute stint on the softs, his last probably maybe 4 or 5 laps would be just horrible. He would be understeering like nothing else.
Right, so 3 of them come in. Lenosis, Lunacy, and Stickers. Stickers with the best fuel of the lot, but it's probably not going to do much for him because the gaps are so big.
Yeah,
DP Mario on the softs.
Yeah, and now just want to say,
so have Evil Eagle
Black
and Black Friday pitted?
No, they are both on the hard tyres, both yet to pit. So
DP Mario's
really,
found a pit stop on them.
he certainly has, but I do feel that I reckon Black Friday might also be trying a 2-stop here. Evil Evo surely will have to be, but I think Black Friday might try and do the same. It's a risky strat, and that Supra being a bit more not so tyre friendly, I should say. But if you can make it work, but yeah, right now, honestly, the best thing these two can do here, as much as I hate to admit, is sort of like just sort of defend their position from DP Mario. Try and sort of like prevent him as DP Mario makes a bit of contact there.
It was really hard racing there, and the ominous
Very
sound
aggressive.
of pins clicking in the background. As
Yep.
this race
Oh, it's another
unfolds, and
tap.
it continues on. He's gone deep on PLE Black Friday, and Evil Evo will take advantage around the outside. Jump on board here.
DP Mario's going for a move again up the inside here. Gets Evil Evo, can't get Black Friday. Ooh. DP Mario very aggressive there on the soft tyres, trying to not lose any time at all.
He does need to push very hard, but he can't be making contact like that if he can avoid it. Although it does look like the latency might be playing a part here. It's definitely causing some problems, but we'll see what DP Mario does here. Does he go to the inside? Yes, he does. Hard on the brakes. Into the center S.
Yep.
Leaves Black Friday in the dust. There you go.
Black Friday tried her around the outside, but couldn't make it work, unfortunately. But right now, even though it wasn't much, that little bit there has cost DP Mario a bit of time. So I do feel, currently Old Wakey MP4 on the medium tyres, if he can just sort of either neatly find his way past the cars in front, provided that they don't pit by the time he finds them, he might just be able to find a couple of seconds there on DP Mario after you lost that time.
I think with a 4-second gap there, they're probably going to box before he catches them. So Old Wakey has positioned his car very well here, based on his tyre selection. So really good. These guys will pit, get out of his way, and then he'll have no obstruction on the road up to DP Mario.
Yep, I just want to say as well, yes, DP Mario has found a pit stop on Black Friday and to Evil Evo behind him, but currently fuel-wise, almost all 3 of them are in a very similar position. So, really, he's found a pit stop, but he hasn't really found a lot of time.
But he's probably only got 2 laps worth of fuel left in his tank, hasn't he?
I'd say if he'd done 10 laps on the softs initially, I'd say he's probably got maybe one and a bit more laps left in the tank currently. So he's really got to put in a really nice in-lap here, provided he does pit next lap, to try and sort of mitigate any losses he just got from battling with Black Friday and Evil Evo, as opposed to him going to the pits.
Into the pits, so Old Wakey, a stroke of luck for the Kraken Esports driver, gets clear road in front of him and can see his competitor 6.2 up the road.
Currently, Old Wakey,
smash this in-lap here.
Yeah, Old Wakey hasn't got to do anything really. If he can just put in nice consistent laps, his lap times aren't looking too bad. All he's got to do is just keep driving to a number, not make any mistakes, no penalties, and he'll be in a great spot come the last 20 minutes of this race or so.
Lenosis gets by the pivers as well, but he's all clear for now. On the hard tyres, a very interesting strategy call from Lenosis again. I think we saw this from one of the more recent rounds as well, that he kind of switched it up and went in an unusual order. You usually expect the pole sitters to go for the best tyre first and work their way down to the slowest at the end so they don't get obstructed by cars behind them starting on better tyres. But he's opted for the medium first and the hard second, so taking his medicine early and looking to run the fresh stuff, the fast stuff later on in the race.
It's a very unique strategy without a doubt, considering he started on pole position, but I do feel it does work out just in the part of the world we are in Interlagos. As we get closer into the race, so some will start to set, UV will start to drop, some will just disappear for lack of better terminology. The track will get grippier and grippier, and on those soft tyres, he'll be able to maximise it. Sure, he's not on the lead now, and he's pretty well, approximately 24 seconds off P1 who just pitted. He's going to be fine when he puts on the soft tyres. He's going to start chomping time, and I reckon that 37.9 fastest lap that DP Mario did, I reckon Lenosis and possibly even Lunacy, when they both get on the soft tyres, they'll take that down. Possibly, I reckon a low to mid 37 is on the cards from either of them, if not both.
Lenosis will inherit P2 here from DP Mario, who's pitted off his softs for the second time. I'm interested to see if DP Mario tries another stint on softs. Keep going in.
Definitely. I'll keep an eye on that for you, mate.
Up we go. Crazy Good Kung Fu in P3, looking good so far. Lunacy, P4. The Ferrari will also get by. A full tank for DP Mario. He's got to be going after the hards here.
Medium tyres he's on. He's going for the full undercut. So he'll be going a nice half an hour stint on the medium tyre, and then another half an hour stint on the hards, approximately. And hopefully he can just sort of, defend his position from the soft runners at the end of the race when they jump onto their compound.
Wow, so only a third of the way into this race, and it looks like DP Mario might only have one stop to go. 43 seconds shy of the leaders.
He does have one stop to go, but I think he's going to have to really absolutely push on this medium and hard tyre stint, because once again, he's going to be going 1 to 2 seconds lap slower, approximately, depending on what tyre he's on versus competition, coming into the race. So really, if he gets more traffic situations like he got with Evil Evo and Black Friday at the end of his last soft stint, it might hinder him a fair bit coming into the race. He might be battling to stay in the top 5, but if he can just sort of get a nice clear track now, maybe even a slipstream from someone on a similar strategy to him, he should be in a good spot. I reckon he might have played himself into a podium here.
He's done well, that's for sure. The Old Wakey leads the way, 20 or 18 seconds clear of Lenosis and pulling away slightly with his tyre advantage. But Lenosis is definitely going to have this race come back to him later on. I'm interested to see if it's going to be a 2-stop or a 3-stop for Lenosis, because he's done enough on the mediums to net himself one less stop, I think. But it might be in his best interest to run a short hard stint and get straight on the softs for 2 stint.
Something I do want to say as well, I've really got to go back and check this, but Karen Unleashed, currently P6. I'm trying to work out if he's on a pit stop yet or not. Because he is starting the hard tyres. I don't think he has actually, no. He is well doing a 2-stop, Karen.
22
He is
laps
gone.
on the hard tyre.
Like, I will admit, lap times don't look that crash hot, but he would be fuel saving to absolute buggery. He could. If he gets some nice clean track and a little bit of slipstream from cars in front of him and the cars that inevitably catch up, he might play himself into this here.
Well, it depends on how many other people around him have 2 more stops to go. I presume race fans got 2 to go. Lucy as well.
Yep, race fan will have 2 to go. That's almost a guarantee with the way his car is looking, unless he can manage to put more fuel in the tank without going to the pits. Which, could happen, but I've never seen it happen. Lunacy, I feel he'd be better off doing 2 more stops. That means he can really wring the neck out of that Ferrari, but he might just prove me wrong. He is currently not using all the revs in that car. He might be short shifting it a little bit, either getting time back in the pits or to try and shave a pit stop, but we'll have to wait and see for that one. He's still got a long time to go on those mediums before he looks at boxing for softs anyways.
Not good pace too. Not doing too bad whatsoever.
Yep. Just his best lap of the race there on the medium, a 1:38.7, which is currently about 8 tenths of a second behind the best lap of the race by TP Mario on soft tyres. As Karen comes in for his pit stop, he's done really well to do 38 minutes in one stint on the hard tyres. Really great fuel save.
Knocked out most of the race there, honestly. So very well done to Karen. I presume he'll go on to the mediums now and run another long stint.
You'd have to imagine so. I think, I feel at least, for where Karen's starting where he is now, coming home on the soft tyres will do him a great deal of good. It means that he can just sort of, once again, settle into a rhythm on the mediums and then start attacking on the softs if he needs to.
Yeah, 22 laps on the hards. That's got to be... It's the most anyone's done this round in terms of laps on one stint. 22 laps.
Well, Karen's been doing a great job from the past couple of rounds, doing 22 laps on one set of tyres in this race here, and also setting the fastest qualifying lap out of every division in the Willow Spring Sprint last time round. He's setting some good records here.
Definitely looking good. So that tells us a little bit of the story, so I'm going to be very interested to see how this plays out to him. He is now 1 stop to go, but he is way off the back of Dadson in P12. We'll have to see what he does, I suppose. Dadson also yet to run his softs. I think most people are yet to run their softs. It's just DP Mario and Old Wakey who have run this.
Yep, DP Mario and Old Wakey, but however, Old Wakey may go for another soft stint similar to what DP Mario has done, but we'll wait and see with that one. Currently lap 24 of the race here. I think Old Wakey has got another approximately 3 laps, give or take, before he looks at boxing in for another set of tyres. I feel it'd be in his best interest to jump on the hards and get him out of the way now if he hasn't done it already, and then just come home strong on the softs. Yeah, but that's just me. I am not a race strategist, I am but a mere racer.
It's hard to predict where you're going to come out when you pit, because it's impossible to guess how long the fuel's going to take to go in. If you assume a minute, like if Old Wakey assumes a minute, he has to calculate on track roughly how far a minute is on the track now. It might be enough, but yeah, he's going to have to be very careful what he does. So it's hard to say which decision would be better.
Just looking as well here, we've got a little battle pack forming here between P2, 3 and 4, Lenosis, CGK and Lunacy. Lenosis and CGK are currently knocking out their hard tyre stints, but Lunacy has already done it on the medium tyre within slipstream range of CGK. He is going to start attacking here, I feel. Maybe not in the turn 1. Oh, actually, he might be close enough, but he's on the T1 in the T4. Well, Lunacy will go for a move here on CGK.
CGK is on the hards as well, isn't it?
Correct, he certainly is.
But he's actually done very well to be this close to Lenosis, I think.
Definitely has. Fast. Currently 2.5 seconds off Lenosis there, both on the hard compound tyre, as Lunacy tries to go around the outside here. He's going to hold it, gets the inside for the next corner. Good move, uses the curb.
Lunacy. Very well done.
Oh, mate. If there was ever a time for a next level racing replay, that was it. I remember the sponsor now.
Yeah, for the replay, it's next level racing, so that's good. We'll love that.
Yes.
We'll have a look at that just in a moment. Here we go. On board with Lunacy, on the way down to turn 1, around the outside. There you go. Look at that. You can see the ISA Esports car on the left. Through he goes. Very well done.
Great job. Just looking as well, I think a lot of drivers at this point are currently getting their hard tyres out of the way. I got a feeling between hards and mediums, that's what the whole field's running right now. I cannot see any softs. Everyone's just sort of saving them for the end, or they've already used them. I think we might have a battle forming in the next few laps between Stickers and DP Mario with a tyre compound difference, and currently DP Mario is going about half a second to 3/4 of a second a lap faster on average compared to Stickers in front. It might not happen straight away, but give her a few laps and I think Stickers might have a bit of company there in P6.
Well, the gap is only 2.3 at the moment, so all it's going to take is to take from Stickers and DP Mario right on it. And it's easy to do at this track as well. Cruisen's not far behind either.
Currently, no, he's not. He's also on the medium tyre, but his mediums are definitely older. He's been running a lot longer, comparatively speaking to DP Mario. But lap time wise, he made one mistake on the last lap, I believe. I'm not sure what happened there, may have served a penalty. But lap time wise, he's matching DP Mario for the most part there, so he's doing pretty good.
Looks like DP Mario might be running pretty hard on his fuel. Crazy Good Kung Fu comes in. Hang on a minute. That was a short hard stint, wasn't it?
He certainly was. So, with 43 minutes into the race, we're about halfway in. I'm willing to put money on now. Double soft stint coming right at you.
Yeah, it must be. 26, that leaves us with 27 to go. He's going to have to do 14 and 13 if he wants to do 2 soft stints.
Definitely, and he looks to be brimming the tank as well. Very interesting call there. Let's see.
There we go. Up
He
to
goes into the
100%.
mediums. Ooh.
But he's run the mediums already, hasn't he? No, he ran the softs first.
He did too, you're right. He did run the softs at the start. My apologies. Forgot about that. So I think there'd be a medium soft stint at the end because I think he will not have enough fuel or tyre to make it to the end. I can see him doing 15, 16, possibly 17 laps on these mediums and then putting in qualifying laps on the softs at the end.
I think you're right. I think we're going to see another stop from him there. Old Wakey comes in, up the top. The Gnosis will take over the lead of the race. Once again. On his medium tyres. No,
Definitely.
the Gnosis on the hards? Medium.
He is on the hard tyres. Sorry, yep. I was looking at lap times there, just comparing to see if Old Wakey made any sort of gains on Lenosis. But looking at lap times, towards the end of the stint, Lenosis was more or less matching Old Wakey there on the aging medium tyres. So really, Lenosis, he is in a prime spot. He's got at least one pit stop to go. I reckon there'll be 2 in that Obsession Motorsport APR Automotive Supra, but we'll wait and see. I think right now, Lunacy, very much, these two, Lenosis and Lunacy, are racing for position.
Yeah, Lunacy's looking very quick too. He was over 2 seconds behind not too long ago, so 1.6 now the gap.
Yeah.
Very good drive so far from Lunacy. DP Mario on the back of Stickers now, down in P5.
No, he won't.
I'm going to have to get you to repeat that, Muffin, because you went full robot on us for a second there. I'm sure the viewers at home are losing their minds about that one. It was fantastic.
Oh, I am very sorry, but actually I'm not going to repeat it because DP Mario has just gone for a move on Stickers into the middle sector here. Yeah, we'll disregard my previous quote. Thankfully no one heard it.
No one could repeat it either because it was in a completely different language. As far as we're
that's
concerned.
right. I was embracing my inner cyborg and started speaking like one.
Oh yes. Okay, up the front. Lunacy still 1.6 behind Lenosis. They're going around again. Lap 27, having done, what did they do, 18, 19 laps on the first stint?
They did, I think it was 17 in the end, it was 17.
On the medium, right.
Blake Lenosis did it on the medium tyres, while Lunacy did it on the hards.
So what's Lunacy on now? Is he on the mediums?
He's on the mediums.
Ah, that explains why he is catching Lenosis. Okay.
But really, he's not catching him by too much. There is a difference in lap time in Lunacy's favour, but not in this sort of like, not in the retrospective that I was sort of expecting there. Currently, I was expecting, half a second to a second a lap difference between each compound as you go up and up. But yeah, really, he's not finding too much time. It could be because of the age of the tyre, but It's hard to pick and see, but currently 1.5 seconds behind, and in this middle sector here where the Ferrari gets to really use his cornering ability, he might find some time. Actually, I'll say that he's lost time actually, so never mind. Ignore me, I am talking out of my bumhole.
Well, that's alright. So, they'll probably sit as they are because I think those tyres will come back to Lenosis a little bit. The interesting stuff going on track at the moment is Eagle Evo 9 and Black Friday. So these guys have been joined at the hip for the last few laps, I think. It's been really hard to separate them. One on top of the other. We saw them obviously before as they were both overtaken by, I think it was DP Mario.
Yes, it was.
They were part of that battle, and they're still together on track over 10 laps later. So this battle's probably going to go right to the very end of the race unless they have a divergence in strategy.
I very much think these two are on the same strategy now, and really, for both of them, it'd be the best call to make, especially Evil Evo being in a car which doesn't have a lot of straight line speed as he tries to go for a move up the main straight here, using each other and possibly even bump drafting, which they're not doing right now. So
now he's looked to the inside here, which is an interesting decision to make. He is pulling alongside, so he's got just about enough speed. It looks like Black Friday might be going for a bit of a fuel save, but we're going to go side by side into turn 1 later on the brakes for the Alpha. Much lighter car, goes through first. There you go, up to 7th for Evil Evo 9.
Well done here, and I'm just sort of looking as well. Currently, lap time wise, they're actually catching up to cruising in front. So really, that little squabble there going into T1 and 2 might have hurt them, but at the moment at least, they are making small gains onto cruising and stickers in front of that in P4, 6 and 5 respectively.
Yeah, they are.
And if I may as well, Jeesh, thank you. My voice, I do my best I can. Do the best I can with it, mate.
Jeesh was pointing out earlier that it was impossible to pass you on the straight with a super last week, and I would agree with the sentiment. We were having a very hard time on it.
I did indeed, but also once again, you guys were fuel saving, I was not. It's a bit hard to compare when cars are doing different strats like that.
Ever the diplomat, Muffin. I love it.
Yes, definitely.
So, are we going to see a pit stop from one of our leaders here? It looks like...
No.
I thought Lunacy was going to go in there. He looked like he was making for it. So these guys have run hards and mediums now.
Yeah,
so we'll expect
definitely
them
have.
to come in after... So we're past halfway in the race now. Probably in the next few laps we're going to see them come in with 20 to go.
With 20 to go, really, if I were these guys, I would have boxed already. In my opinion, the soft tyres are still very quick up until about lap 12 mark. So, actually, well, hang on, it's lap 30, so we've got 24 laps to go. So, ooh, 12 lap soft stints. I reckon this lap here could see them both come in.
Does Lenosis have the fuel to go any further?
Both cars do. They can definitely both go further, fuel-wise.
I think we're probably going to see them run their tanks dry. We saw Lenosis come in with 10 litres of fuel on board at the end of his hard stint, or medium stint. Now on the hards, I would expect him to only get 1 lap more. So we're probably only going to see 18 laps from him, which puts him at, quick maths, laps. No, 35 laps.
Definitely. So maybe...
At the end of lap 35, we'll probably see him come in, which leaves him with 19 laps to go.
19 laps to go. It's possible, but I'd hate to be a front right tyre, especially on that car.
I don't know. If he's only getting 18 laps out of a tank of fuel, which I predict that is what will happen, then he can't go 19 on the softs. He wouldn't have enough fuel.
As Lucy goes around again, very interesting there. Currently, he was sort of matching lap times with Lenosis there for the most part, but now he's from right tyre. It's just begging for mercy. It's really hating life right now. I can see Lenosis pulling away a bit here this lap. I'm surprised that Lucy didn't box right there, because in my opinion, he could have done really well there, going for a double soft stint, trying to alternate himself with Lenosis and try and capitalise on like an undercut.
We're on board now with Cruisin going for an attack on Evil Evo to the outside. He's separated Black Friday and Evil Evo for the first time this race. And not quite able to get by, lets Evil Evo go, and now facing pressure from Black Friday.
Yes. I'd say right now, race fan putting fuel in the tank, yeah. He'd be stupid at this point not to put on the soft tyres. He's run the mediums, he's run the hards. It's time to go full attack, I think. But I think
Right,
it's
here
going to
we
be
go.
interesting to see.
You heard it here first. Muffin said he'd be stupid to not put the softs on. So if he comes out and he's not on the softs, Muffin has essentially called him stupid. All right, you got away with it. You've been let off the hook, Muffin.
Thank you for that. Ooh, that could have been very deadly.
Yeah. Not what you wanna be saying about your teammates.
No, not at all. No, but when I'm confident about something, no matter who it is, I'll just call them stupid. And now inevitably, or usually, I'm right about it. I think there was one time I recall I was wrong, but we won't talk about that. Yes, but looking ahead now, actually, we've got CGK and Patstar fighting in P9 and 10, I just noticed there. Ooh, and they're on very similar strats, tyre-wise, but fuel-wise. I think it's CGK has got a much better carbonism.
Could get close here. Lunacy in with a lot of fuel left, actually. Interesting. So he must have overfueled a little bit.
Definitely, but I'll give you a little spoiler if you think that's a lot of fuel. Lenosis is saying, honey, you got a big storm coming.
Oh, I bet. I'm sure that Lenosis does have more, but I'm surprised to see anyone coming in with more than 10% fuel on board. You know?
Yep. As his teammate Cruisin also comes in on also with more fuel actually.
Yeah.
Not enough to make a gain on his teammate. However, he should be able to jump a couple of cars he was racing.
Identical strategy from him. Oh.
Interesting. Very interesting. The Ferrari master plan could be at play here.
Lunacy's out ahead of Patstar by the look of things. Let's have a look out the front.
Yep.
See?
Comfortably ahead. Yeah. The
Way out
field
down
right
the river
now.
of Boston.
The field right now is very spread out. Currently, the best battles we've got is currently P2, 3, 4, and to an extent 5 and 6. Are all currently going through the middle sector of the track, separated by about approximately 5-6 seconds-ish, give or take.
Yeah, we're on board with Black Friday, looking ahead. Evil Evo trying to get by Stickers with very minimal pace on straight line. Here we go, on board with Evil Evo, on the back of Stickers in his beautiful lightning but not lightning livery, because Gran Turismo 7 is Gran Turismo 7 and won't show us the livery correctly. Let's see if the Alpha's got the pace in a straight line to get by. Stickers goes in. There we go.
Stickers goes into the pits off the hard tyre. I believe he's already used the medium, so right now he should be due for a set of softs.
Yep, he's probably going to go 10 and 10, I would imagine.
I might be 11-11 possibly. I think it's going to be a 53 or 54 lap race depending on how these guys go. It's I think 53 for Stickers, unfortunately getting caught up with a bit of mischief at the start of the race there, just normal race antics. He might make lap 53, however, it would definitely be...
Drive for 54.
Yeah. Oh, that's all you can do. Play on 54, but if you make 53, so be it.
More or less. So the Gnosis leads the way. He's comfortably out in front on his hard tyres. Soft tyres to go.
Yep, so Stickers currently, he's been passed by Dadson. He's going to come out at the same time as a race fan here. These guys are going to go 2 by 2. Or side by side, I should say, going to T4. No, race fan clears him.
He's slotting in quite nicely there, Stickers. Bit of space on either side. He is on the soft, isn't he?
Stickers is on the soft tyre, yes.
And Race Fan is on the mediums?
Nope, he is on the fresh softs after his last pit stop.
Right. It's a straight fight now between these two.
Yep, certainly is. These two will be on a very similar strategy at this point, Stickers and Race Fan. Definitely, I think, but I think strategy-wise, Race Fan might have played himself into it. He's put a lot more fuel in the car. So when the next pit stop happens, if he does do one, possibly, he might not, but I think he will, he'll be able to get a nice big jump on Stickers, unless Stickers can do a really good fuel save while maintaining this gap.
Well, it's going to take a moment for the McLaren to get by the Datsun Motorsport car here, I think. because he's going to have to go around the outside of turn 1, probably.
Yep. I think in the next 2 or 3 laps we should see Dadson come into the pits.
Okay, I stand corrected. Dadson lets him straight through up the inside.
Yep. Opens the door. Here you are, good sir. Don't let it hit your bum on the way out.
Not the silliest thing to do, that's for certain. Definitely a selfish move from Dadson there. That wasn't just him being a nice guy. That was probably the right decision for his race. He knows he's not racing race fan at this point.
I think at this point here, Dadson, he's on a different strategy. I think he's possibly doing one less pit stop than the 2 cars around him. So could he hold them up and try and sort of stop him from getting any sort of gains? 100%, but he's not racing them really, and just be costing himself time as well. So it's better off just to let him go, use the slipstream, try and pull him along for a little bit, and then go from there.
Yeah, he has got a bit of a tug going on here as well. He's still within 9/10 of race fan in front, so it has helped him down the first part of this lap. There goes Stickers up the inside. Very, very gentlemanly racing from these guys. Love to see it.
Yep, the leader of Lightning Motorsport and Dadson racing each other there, Stickers and Dadson. Good to see the TOs are being very respectful with each other as DP Mario comes in off the medium tyre. Ooh.
So that's his last stop, I think.
That would be his last stop, pending him going onto the hard tyres. Really, depends on what tyre he goes onto. If he goes onto the softs, he's got one more stop in him, but I think would be just over half an hour to go. I feel he might go for the hard tyre and just sort of putter along to the end.
He's going to need to do 19 or 20 on the tyres to make this last stop, so we'll have to see what he can do.
Yeah. I don't want to say it, but he'd be stupid not to go into the hard tyres.
Alright. We go on board with DP Mario again then.
Oh my god, I'm stupid.
Oh no! Muffin just called DP Mario stupid. There you go.
Well,
write that one in your notebook. Stewards, click your pens. That's got to be investigated. He's gone on to the softs for one last stint, and then he's going to do a short stint at the end on the hards.
Jimmy Superfly, I'm so sorry.
Black Rose team will never employ you as their driver.
Yep, never again. That's it. I'm done. I'm kicked out. But right now, DP Mario, so he's got one more pit stop in him. However, he's on good tyres, nice brand new softs. He has to get past Dadson really quickly here. Every corner he's behind Dadson, he is losing that gain that he's trying to get.
Dadson's got to be feeling the pain right about now as well. He's just lost 2 positions in 1 lap prior, and now he's going to lose another one to DP Mario. All of these moves were done, very easily. Although he let the first 2 happen, he's just going to feel like he's going backwards and backwards and backwards this race. There we go, down the inside goes DP Mario. Textbook's move, parks it on the apex, here he goes.
Just looking as well, genuinely, I think Evil Evo has paid himself? I'm not sure, I really got to stop saying that, drinking game for the word played. Evil Evo has played himself in here. Currently, he's got 1 pit stop to go. I imagine, I'm going to guess here, 1 pit stop, the way his strategy's going. Currently sitting in P2.
Would you say he'd be stupid not to do 1 more pit stop?
I'm not going to touch it anymore. I've got it wrong once, and that's enough for me. Similar as well, Black Friday. He's 5 seconds behind him on a very, very similar, if not the same strat. These 2 here, they might just get a podium out of this. Yeah, the way they're going, I reckon they'll box this lap. I'm not saying they're going to be stupid not to. I reckon they'll box this lap, chuck on the soft tyres, and just nurse them to the end, and just save that extra 1 minute pit stop.
Has Lunacy made his last stop?
Lunacy, the way his fuel is, no. He'll have 1 more soft stint in him, I believe.
Okay. Interesting. Because I'm surprised to hear Black Friday and Evil Evo might be on for a podium. Because they haven't really been in the action, up the upper end, for any part of this race. But they find themselves in P2 and 3 now. Assuming everyone has to make 1 more stop, they're technically in position. So
They certainly are.
You might be right.
I think, without a doubt, fuel numbers will pull people like Old Wakey and Lunacy back towards the podium, but they've got a decent gap right now. Currently, gap between Old Wakey and Black Friday is only 2 seconds, but then Lunacy behind that is, he's approximately, 5 seconds behind Old Wakey. So, doing some very rough maths here. Evil Evo currently now leading the race in the Alpha. He's got about, what's that, about 11, 12 seconds on Old Wakey approximately, or Lunacy, sorry, in P4. Evil Evo, he might be on here for a surprise victory, I feel.
Yeah, I think Lenosis might have just thrown away his victory as well, because he's on the soft tyres with 17 laps to go.
Approximately, yep. I'd say so.
And he has 66 litres of fuel on board. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is not enough to make it to the end.
I think, if Lenosis can drop qualifiers and absolutely smash that current fastest lap, he should be able to find his way back to the front, but I think any sort of mistakes, any sort of penalty, anything like that, he may lose out from this.
So he might be pulling a similar strategy, well, not a similar strategy to DB Mario, who now we know is on a 4-stop. But I think Lenosis might run 2 soft stints.
I think he will too. If I may as well, looking back here, battle between Racefan and Stickers, the World Championship battle for P8. Racefan though has got a penalty, so that battle is going to get pretty boring pretty quickly. As Evil Evo and Black Friday both come in off the medium tyres. Very similar fuel numbers.
Are they the same team? Like, how is this happening? How have they matched their strategy exactly?
They are not on the same team, and they're not in the same car. So both of them are doing a very great job.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yep, Pastar as well.
The early blossoming of a bromance in the Sector 1 paddock between Evo and Black Friday.
Yep.
You know,
It's
not something you see very often. In a race like this where there's so many different strategies, to run the same strategy in the same order and have more or less the same numbers from start to finish. They're going to be... yeah, after this, they're going to be definitely sending each other a message wondering what is going on.
Yeah, definitely. I think also as well, Dadson's on a very similar strategy. I think he's only made 1 pit stop so far, but he's still out on track currently. As Evil Evo brims the tank, comes out on the soft tyres, Black Friday does the same. You also got to remember as well, Pat Star is on the exact same strategy, just not as far up the road as the cars in front.
That's quite interesting.
Evil Evo currently with a bit of traffic of Dadson, but Dadson's car, the tyres on there just really, they're gone. They're just non-existent. They're buried. They've got a tombstone. They're just completely dead.
Let's just have a quick look at Karen again. So Karen was your hot take for a mid-pack finish based on his unique strategy that he'd done. Running 22 laps on his hard stint. Does he still owe his last stop? Is that right?
He does. He's still on pit stop to chuck on the soft tyres, but he's got a good amount of fuel, so that pit stop will be significantly shorter than the cars around him. Well, around him, you said it very loosely.
Yeah, I think he's going to save quite a lot of fuel on his stop with the fuel. But I don't think it's going to be enough. I think he might still end up P13 here, but that will bear watching because it's certainly a very interesting concept.
Yep, I think Dadson here in P10, he's coming to the pits. Good call. Got the fuel light on. His tyres are done, and right now he'll be on to the soft tyres. I want to say he's going to just do the one last stop and go to the end. It's going to be, what's that? Approximately 13-ish laps. On the soft tyre, which is very much possible. Very much possible.
Okay, so I'm interested now to see how our top 3 stand. So Lenosis has made the second to last stop. He's got 1 stop to go. Am I correct in thinking that Old Wakey and Lunacy both have 1 stop to go?
They certainly do. Currently, Old Wakey and P1, we're on a hard tyre, so he's getting that stint out of the way now. He could probably go another, I reckon it'll be maybe 4 or 5 laps before he boxes in. Lunacy on the soft tyre. Yeah. Lunacy, fuel-wise, could do the same as Old Wakey in front, but tyre, he would not make it that far. I think lap 41, possibly 42, we can see Lunacy come in for that last pit stop. And Lenosis, yeah, he's just at the fastest lap of the race as I was talking there. It was a 37.8. Jeez Louise. That is quick. He's on fresh softs. Yeah, he'll have to do another pit stop as well, and Lunacy and Old Wakey will get a benefit of an undercut. But how much will they get? Because currently, right now, Old Wakey and Lunacy have got very similar fuel numbers, and of course, Lenosis being fresh out of the pits has got a lot more fuel. But yeah, I'm going to have to wait and see how this plays out. I am.
The fact that Lenosis currently has more fuel suggests that he is going to gain a few seconds on them through the pit stops. So they're probably going to have to run their last stint a bit longer than he is.
Yep, I agree
quite a
to
bit
that.
longer actually, because he's going to go to end of lap 43, I think, and he's going to pick up a bit of time on these two guys in front in the pit stop because he's got such a surplus in fuel right now. It's not going to be heaps, but it's going to be a bit. So I think it's going to be a very close battle between the top three here. So Lunacy and Old Wakey could pinch a win here from Lenosis based on this strategy alone, but they have to be careful. They cannot fight with each other, because if they do, Lenosis will just drive away.
Yep, 100%. I think right now, looking at the two cars there in P1 and 2, I think Lucy might come to the box here. He might just actually receive any issues from us. Yes, he does. He boxes.
14 laps on the softs, we reckon.
I think 13, 14, yes. It could go either way here. 24 litres of fuel in the tank. He'll only have to put in another approximately 50 or so, possibly less, to make it to the end. He's in a good spot here, Lunacy. I think also it's a good call as well, not only because his tyres are on the way out, but Old Wakey being on the hards. If he got held up behind him for any amount of time, Lenosis would just lick his lips, rub his hands together and say, "Thank you very much, I'll take the win."
Definitely in the box seat. Old Wakey's not making it easy for him though. He's holding that gap about the same. Lunacy in the box, puts his softs on. And he comes. No! Gone onto the mediums. Lunacy has gone onto the mediums.
Yes, okay. Maybe he just didn't have faith in the soft tyres lasting, but okay, he's already running once, he's already done the hard tyres, so he could run the softs, but maybe he just feels that he'll get more consistency with the mediums. You never know, hey, I'm never one to question someone's strategy unless it's absolutely ridiculous. So we'll wait and see what comes from this.
So that puts Old Wakey in the box seat, so I think that gives him a significant advantage over Lunacy for the final stint. Because you said that Old Wakey had a bit more fuel than Lunacy, didn't he?
He definitely did. The difference was a bit negligible, I will admit, but you also got to bear in mind now, it was Lunacy on the medium tyre, Old Wakey. He's got a fresh pair of softs waiting for him when he inevitably comes to box.
So he's going to get a whole nother lap out of this, and possibly even one more after that, but I think he'll probably box at the end of this and do 11 or 12 laps on the stop.
Yep, I think really, actually, Old Wakey, one thing he could do, it's going to hurt him a little bit. If Lenosis was to get to the back of him, he could hypothetically hold him up a little bit and just sort of gain a bit of time there before...
Well, they're racing for position, so realistically, Old Wakey should not surrender the position to him, but holding him up is not really what he would be doing. He would just be defending track position.
Yeah. Yeah, I should say I'm saying holding them up very loosely there, ladies and gentlemen at home.
So, have a look now, a little bit further down the field. Crazy Good Kung Fu sitting in third position. Was he due another pit stop? He would be.
Crazy Good Kung Fu.
I think he's got softs to run.
Yes. He would be running the softs again, I imagine. His medium tyres are, well, they're on their deathbed. They're about to call it a day. I reckon it'll be this lap on the next. We'll see CGK come into the pits. Two cars behind him, DP Mario and Stickers on soft tyres. I think just because of the fuel situation, Stickers will probably come in this lap. He's on the fuel light currently. DP Mario, though, he'll probably go another couple laps before he comes in.
Well, I think... What's DP Mario on now? Softs again.
He's on the soft tyres. He's still got the hards to run.
And he's in a really bad spot here because he's got traffic in front of him. He's going to be slowed down here.
It's really hurting him badly here. However, if he can just sort of pray that the cars in front are going a bit fast-ish, should get a nice slipstream up the main straight here as Old Wakey comes into the pits. Lap
I didn't realise
41,
Old
he's
Wakey
bit the
was on
bullet.
hards.
Yes, no, sorry, he wasn't the hard tyres, definitely. So he's done a great job there to maintain the gap to Lenosis. I think the gap at the end would have been approximately maybe just over a second before that pit stop.
Crazy good Kung Fu and stickers come in. DP Mario continues on.
Race fan comes in. So yeah, race fan could be going for a soft tyre, stickers be on the soft tyre, CGK be going for a soft tyre, Old Wakey be going for a soft tyre.
Alright, so this lap we'll probably see Lenosis and DP Mario come in.
I think DP Mario might go further. He's got the ability to, he's got the tyre and fuel to do so. He probably would want to as well, because that hard tyre really doesn't like to be a tyre. So the less time he can spend in it, the better.
Not in a great spot, is he? But
And I can confirm to you right now, he's going to lose position to Evil Evo. That is all but confirmed.
yeah, well, Evil Evo, is he due another stop?
As far as I'm concerned, no. He's going to the end. No, he's on the soft now. He's done his pit stops.
Right, isn't he? And Black Friday's
Yeah.
the same, isn't it?
Yeah, Black Friday and Pat Star are both the same. Pat Star, unfortunately, a bit off the back of those two, so we might not get as much benefit. But yeah, Black Friday, I can see him getting into the top 5, possibly top 4 before this race is over. But Evil
Old Wakey's on
Evo,
the back of Lunacy now as well. So Lunacy on the mediums. Old Wakey, is he on the softs?
he is on the soft tyres. Currently, Old Wakey, I'm not sure if he knows that Lunacy's on the mediums, but he's going to want to get past as soon as humanly possible.
I'm sure he would have caught up to him quite quickly, so he probably has figured it out. In the words of Muffin, he would have been stupid not to. I'm going to launch that over you forever, you know.
You're completely understandable, mate. I like it
will
on a
be
t-shirt.
A staple of Sector 1 commentary for years to come. Right, so up the straight we go. Let's see how the Supra compares to the Ferrari in a straight line. Old Wakey doesn't appear to be pushing too hard, trying to get by, and he really needs to because he is still racing Lenosis here. Lenosis, who has not boxed yet, interestingly. I thought he was going to come in that lap.
Yeah, he must do a very short stint on the softs at the end there. I think he just actually did improve that fastest lap as well, bringing it down to a 37.7, which is... that's quick.
Rocking.
It's a great job. I think judging by the fuel and tyre quality, being lap 44 now, I think this lap, or possibly the next lap, will be when he comes in to try and sort of even out that tyre wear and try and get the best times possible out of the car. But you're not sure what's going through the head of Lenosis right now. He definitely hasn't got enough fuel nor tyre to make it to the end of the race, so let's see what he does here.
So the gap between Old Wakey and Lenosis is 41.5 seconds. So I think they should be close enough, these two, to jump him when he stops. But Old Wakey is spending far too much time stuck behind Lunacy here, and he needs to get by. Just not being aggressive enough.
Yeah, I guess in a sense he is saving a bit of tyre and possibly a bit of fuel, but you don't need that right now. Right now you need outright speed. I hope for Old Wakey's sake he can get a good run up the main straight here and try and get past and maximise that soft tyre stint. But yeah, to be fair though, Lunacy doing a great job holding position here from Old Wakey on a harder compound tyre. Really helping him out, because once those softs go off, he'll still have more grip in that medium tyre, and he should be able to maintain his position, if not pull away, towards the end of the stint here. But
true.
really, I cannot emphasise enough here, Evil Evo, I think the win could be a challenge, but P2 is definitely on the cards for him right now. He definitely on the cards.
We're on board with Old Wakey here as they head to turn 1.
Yeah.
Nice and close. Not pushing quite hard enough.
Currently, on that last lap as well, Old Wakey G is best lap of the race with a 38.5, which you think is good, but when you're on a soft tyre, when Lenosis is going nearly a second quicker, that's not good.
No, it's not quite up to scratch, is it? And that's all down to the dirty air of Lunacy in front of them. Look how close they are now. Look at this as they come up to the sweeping right-hander. To the inside goes Old Wakey. Finally goes for the move, and through he goes on Lunacy. Up the inside, He's going to continue to have the inside with the hairpin here. Through they go, and there it is. Soft tyres will be good enough to pull away now, hopefully, for Old Wakey's sake. He'll go up to Evil Evo.
Well, Notice comes in. Alright, here we go. Let's monitor the gap. DP Mario's doing another pit stop. He's not a factor. Evil Evo, that's what we're looking at here. Let's see what the gap is between...
36 seconds. I think he's going to get the jump, you know.
Depends on how much fuel Notice puts in. That's going to be the key factor here. I think from memory...
60% I think will be what he needs. So that's
Okay.
about, what's that, 10 seconds of fuel plus tyres. That's about 30 seconds, 35 seconds. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close.
I can see Evil Evo getting the jump here. It'll be close, like you said, but I think Evil Evo should just come out in front.
There you go, 56%. I called it. There he is, coming out the pit lane exit. Look at him. Down he goes. There's Evil Evo.
Oh,
Coming
this is
down
going to be
towards
tight.
the exit. He's just in front, but Lenosis does have a shorter run back to the drive. Look at that.
He's done
got
it.
about a second
Evo's
and a
done
half on him. He's got about a second and a
Okay.
half buffer. And Lenosis probably has enough fuel to push and fresh enough tyres to be faster.
Yeah. Looking at the two cars here, they've both got pretty much identical fuel. It's literally just tyre life, which, although Evil Evo has got worse tyres, they aren't going to wear as nearly as quickly as Lenosis behind him.
This is huge. Evil Evo's pulled a blinder here.
I think right now, Evil Evo, he's got to defend his heart out. He's got to, in the words of Fernando Alonso, defend like a lion.
True. That's a good line, that one. So Old Wakey on the softs as well. He's 2.5 seconds behind Lenosis, and I think he's probably going to be slower. Although Lenosis does have to get the tyres up to temp. It does take half a lap or so.
Currently, your podium, provisionally right now, is Evil Evo, Lenosis, and Old Wakey. Really, this top three, depending on how hard Evil Evo fights for the win, it could be any three of them. Lenosis is also in the hunt as well. Just on the medium tyre, he might be a bit slower at the start of the stint here, but towards the end he'll catch up as DP Mario comes in for his last pit stop on the fuel light with soft tyres that have seen better days. He'll be chucking on the hards, I hope, for his sake. If not, he will definitely be stupid.
Yes,
I'll say that with confidence.
Case, he would be stupid not to put the hards on. So Lenosis is now 1.8 behind Evil Evo. He's looking a bit quicker, but Evil Evo needs to... He's in the box seat here. He's definitely... The winner's on the cards. You said it before. I think he's got it in his sights. It's in his grasp.
I can't see Evil Evo putting fastest lap in here, unfortunately, but if he can just put in laps that are almost sort of like maybe a tenth or so, or matching Lenosis behind him, he should be able to hold on to this. But
if he loses a tenth a lap, he'll be fine. He'll be absolutely fine. Because there's not even 7 laps to go. That'd put him at a second clear.
Yep, 100%. You're right there. And right now as well, like I said before, Old Wakey, he's got P3 all but secured there, and if Lenosis and Evil Evo do catch up and they start fighting, Old Wakey, he'll start licking his lips, he'll look at these guys and say, well, I want a piece of the action, jump behind me boys, I'll clear.
Yeah, the pace differential is not enough for Lenosis to get an easy pass here.
No, I think as well, with that Alpha being so good in the middle sector, hypothetically, if or theoretically I should say, if Lenosis was to get moved down the main straight on Evil Evo, if he were to get like a nice run, Evil Evo could easily center around the outside or fire up the inside and get the position back. Like, that Alpha just really loves to turn.
I think Lenosis might be on a bit of a fuel save here. He slowed down quite a lot in the break there.
Yep, and comparing lap times as well, that was the first flying lap for Lenosis on that fresh set of tyres. The difference was 0.6 of a second.
Look at this now. 1 second the gap. The Supra's closing in. Evil Evo, check your rear view, mate. Lenosis is purple. He's going the fastest he's gone all race. A little bit wide on the exit of turn 4 there, but the chase is still on. Now here's where it could get interesting. You can guarantee that Evil Evo's not going to just let Lenosis have this position. If he doesn't, and these guys fight for a couple of corners, Old Wakey's going to catch right up, just like you said, Muffin. And Lunacy's not far behind either.
Yeah. You've also got as well, he's a bit far off the back foot, but Black Friday on that 2-stop strategy, I do feel if he was to catch up, he wouldn't have the tyres to fight, but if these guys really go at it and start pushing each other wide, Black Friday could capitalise here.
Lenosis has really pulled away from Old Wakey. Really found his rhythm this lap. Pulled over a second on Evil Evo in front. The pressure's really getting to the Doghouse driver, but I think they're on here. This would be Doghouse's first win of Season 7 in Sector 1. If Evil Evo can just hold on to the lead that he has right now. He's doing everything he can in that little Alpha. That little cornering rocket is trying everything to hold off the charge of the Supra of Obsession Motorsport and Lenosis. Does he dive to the inside? No, not close enough. The Alpha trying its best, getting a little bit squirmy under brakes. Down the Ritter Aposta they will head now, and I think the Supra is going to have a bit of a drive on the Alpha. He's going to have to go defensive as Evil Evo. What's he going to do? Not defensive enough. Lenosis gets the inside. We'll jump to an outside view. Here goes the Supra down the inside of the Alfa Romeo. Purple through the first sector. The Alfa's going to try around the outside, and he's going to hold it. The Supra goes down the inside. Not quite the exit that the Alfa was hoping for. And Lenosis will take the position and reclaim the lead of this race.
Ooh, Evil Evo poking the nose out there, trying to get Lenosis to look back in his mirrors, but unfortunately Lenosis didn't take the bait. But Evil Evo, he's got to keep fighting here. He's got the car to do so. He can just maximise this middle sector here with the car he's got. If he can be in the slipstream range going up the main straight and get a good run out of the last corner, he will be on for a return serve going to T1.
Lenosis is looking so fast here in a class of his own, but as Muffin says, if he's within about half a second, I think the Alpha could definitely challenge the Supra into the first corner, but 0.9, that Supra is just monstering that last sector, and there you go, look at that, a second the gap now. That might be it, that might be all over.
Yep, and Old Wakey behind 7 a penalty as well, so that just give a bit of relief to Evil Evo to snag that P2 spot, and it should push him back a little bit to Lunacy.
So it looks like Doghouse might have secured a P2 here, a podium for sure. But I think Lenosis has claimed this win, barring mistake.
Yeah, we've also got as well Pastar in P6, another great result for Doghouse there, also on the two-stop strategy. He won't be able to catch Black Friday in front, but he should have enough time to hold out stickers from behind. Lap 49 here, approximately 3 to 4 laps to go, or 4 to 5 I should say. 3.7 second gap. Pastar can definitely hold it off.
Look at our leader, 1 second clear still. Not pulling as much of a gap as I thought he might have by now. Evil Evo just about staying in touch, but I think it's a little bit too little too late for the Doghouse driver. He's going to have to consolidate P2 instead. Old Wakey in P3 with a 2 second gap to Lunacy. Lunacy's tyres will be coming back to him now. This could get interesting in the next couple of laps if Lunacy plays his cards right.
Just looking at it as well actually, because Old Wakey actually did box a bit late, the tyre wear between the two cars, even though they're on different compounds, quite similar. So Old Wakey with that overcut strap might have just saved him here.
The timing of the pit stops worked out in the favour of the veteran of the Sector 1 series. P5 Black Friday, the debutant with a great race so far, matching the strategy of Evil Evo, but just not quite able to match the pace. Coming down.
I don't want to say it, but Black Friday, he may have another pit stop here. His tyres, they're completely cooked, and there's still a fair few laps to go here. I'm not saying it's going to be impossible if we make it to the end, but I think with the tyres where they are, Pastar might make significant gains in the next few laps if Black Friday doesn't box.
He's got a 12 second buffer, but will probably be enough. He'd have to lose 3 seconds a lap if Pastar was to catch it. But, you know, stranger things have happened in motorsport. Pastar in the red Doghouse entry, E6. Pretty well clear of stickers for Lightning Motorsport in his lovely Lightning Motorsport livery. Just 4 seconds down. Looking for the time if he can find it. DP Mario in P8, who did a very interesting strategy and ran 3 soft stints over the course of the race. Crazy Good Kung Fu, who was in the mix for a lot of the race, finds himself in P9, chasing down DP Mario on the hard tyres. And Crazy Good Kung Fu's on which tyres now?
Soft tyres now, he's pushing to the end.
Right, well, this could be good then. Softs versus hards. And not far behind as well, Cruisin and Race Fan battling it out for P10. Race Fan to the inside.
Yep. Goes for the inside move. Cruisen tries to hold it. Oh, can't make it happen though. But currently,
right straight through.
Cruisen's tyres unfortunately are completely gone as Karen goes in again.
I see that.
Ooh.
In for a pit stop. Maybe some fresh softs and a little bit of extra fuel. Go for a
Possibly.
fastest lap.
He could do that, but if he can get the fastest lap for Lenosis in the 86, that'd be absolutely marvellous. But yeah, I think, I guess to be fair, I think Dadson was just too far gone. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't going to get any sort of positions unless there was any sort of major mistakes in front. So yeah, that's really all that Karen can do. Yep, just no fuel, tyres. He's going for that fastest lap.
Big knob. Is he going to interfere with the leaders? Probably not.
No, he won't interfere with Lenosis and Evil Evo. Old Wakey's passed as well. Lunacy is gone past.
Okay.
Black Friday is the only person you may hinder, but...
This is getting real. I don't know what's happened or why the gap has come down, but Evil Evo is half a second behind Lenosis.
Either Lenosis has made a mistake or he served a penalty that lap, judging by his lap time. And also as well, Lenosis' fastest lap, 37.4.
Oh, wow. When did he do that?
He did that the lap before last.
Oh, throwing down the gauntlet once again, Lenosis. And look at that. He's pulled out that half a second that he lost. Get that second back on Evil Evo.
And currently right now, while Lenosis does have better tyres at this point in time, the tyre wear difference is starting to become a bit more similar between Evil Evo and Lenosis. I think with possibly 2 laps to go, I reckon it'll be 2 laps. Ooh, it's actually gonna be kind of really fine. It might be just the 1 lap. Oh no, 2 laps. Sorry, it'll be 2 laps. With 2 laps to go here, I don't think Lenosis has got much to worry about. But if his tyres start to give in here, he may find himself under pressure once again.
Yeah, it's not quite as simple as it looked before. Looks like Old Wakey's consolidated P3 though. 4 seconds clear of Lunacy. Black Friday's stuck in limbo. P5. With Patstar in P6. Who's chomped 4 seconds out of Black Friday actually, but 2 laps to go. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, it's not going to be impossible, but I think it's very much improbable. They feel like a good battle right now. Currently looking back, P8, 9 and 10, Race Fan, CGK and DP Mario. Just because of that tyre difference from DP Mario, that should really bunch this gaggle up here and it should give us a nice race here for the miners.
Yeah, well, a mistake through the centre S there for DP Mario. I think Crazy Good Kung Fu is going to be close enough to pinch a slipstream down the back straight. He is. And this lap he might get within striking distance. The question is, will this be their last lap?
I'm looking at the timing screen here. Lenosis will make it around again. Evil Evo will make it around. Oh, Wakey, he'll do lap 54. Lunacy, he'll do lap 54. Black Friday, he's going to be on the bubble, I think.
Yeah, there it is.
Actually, no, it's been called. Oh wow, I've really misjudged that. My apologies. There's out. As Lenosis comes to the finish line, takes a not commanding, but great win there. I can see Pruski on the fence there celebrating. Evil Evo P2 with Old Wakey for Kraken Esport P3.
I'm stoked with that too. Look at Old Wakey. What a fantastic drive it was. Evil Evo though, eat your heart out. What a drive that was. Lunacy in P4, Black Friday in P5. A great debut. P5 in Division 2, absolutely nothing to scoff at. Patstar chops it down to 6 seconds to Black Friday, but it wasn't quite enough. But P6, a great turnout for the Doghouse Motorsport team. Stickers for P7 and Lightning Motorsport car. DP Mario.
We've got to run to the line here.
Right down by Crazy Good Kung Fu, but it's not quite going to be enough. Imagine if it was one more lap.
Yeah, one more
Crazy
lap.
Good Kung Fu. P9, Race Fan P10. Cruisin will come around for P11. Dadson in P12. It looks like might have an out of fuel moment there for Cruisin.
Nah, yeah, okay, right. With Dadson here. Yeah.
P12. And of course Karen who finished the lap earlier.
And P13. That was the race. That was That was awesome. There's no other way of putting it.
That was a good race. That was action up and down, man. I couldn't take my eyes off it.
Yeah, I think as well. I have to double check the what the starting group was, but I think Eve Levo and Pat Star they started towards the back of the grid, and
Indeed,
they found
they
their
did.
way. They found their way towards the front pretty well. Great.
They picked the right race to have a poor qualifying, you know, because it's the longest race gives you the best chance of the result. Here is your final standings from round 5. Lenosis takes the victory with the fastest lap, comfortable fastest lap as well, nearly or just over half a second clear of the next best attempt in that Supra. An interesting strategy in the end. We were surprised to see him do an extra stop. Evil Evo 9 in the 4C at P2. It's hard to overstate how good of a race Evil Evo had. We didn't think he was in the race until they got down to the final pit stops, and it all fell into place for you, Muffin, and you figured it out.
Yes, that's it. That's what this enduro does to you. You don't know what's going to happen until it's already happened. And when you get to the last stints, when you can start to sort of piece together what straight everyone's on, and well, and what everyone's planning on doing. But yeah, we got there in the end. That middle part of the race was very confusing. A few people maybe raising their eyebrows a bit. But hey, look, it all worked out for most people there. It was a great drive there by the podium and the top 5 as an entirety. Everyone, as far as I'm sure, kept it clean. I'm sure the stewards will be notified if there wasn't anything that wasn't. But from what I could tell on my end, it was a great race there from everyone. Nice and clean racing.
Great stuff. So your final results: Lenosis P1, Evil Evo in P2, and Old Wakey rounds out the podium with a well-deserved P3. Lunacy in P4 with a very good race. Black Friday P5, an excellent day. Catstar P6, rounding out a fantastic result for Doghouse Motorsport. Good points for the team's championship. Snickers in P7, DP Mario in P8, and Crazy Good Kung Fu almost taking on DP Mario right at the end there. P9, Race Fan P10, CP Motorsports, Cruisin, Dadson, and Karen, rounding out our 13 drivers for the evening. What a race it was. What a result it ended up to be. Get your driver of the days into the chat down below. If you haven't already, leave a like on the stream, please. It helps us with the algorithm and get pushed to as many people as possible. And we want everyone to have the opportunity to experience the wonder that is Sector 1 Sim Racing, probably the best broadcasted sim league in Oceania. And, you know, we want everyone to get to experience that. So we're trying to get that out there as much as possible. So a like, subscribe if you haven't and you want to see more. And get the notifications going so you see every time we go live. It's every Sunday. We have 2 races and the community series on Thursday nights as well. Plenty of content coming your way, and more to come. Next week, Watkins Glen. What do you think, Muffin?
That's going to be interesting. I think the very unique track Watkins Glen. I personally haven't done too many laps on it, but just the way it ebbs and flows, it's a good track. I think without a doubt, I think the Supra, which has been renowned for being very powerful, overpowered some may say, this season so far, it should have a bit of a struggle here. Just because, you'd know yourself, the Supra being front engine, the cornering aspect of it isn't as great compared to all the cars in the field, like your McLarens and your BRZs, and to an extent even say your Mercedes. But it should be a good race nonetheless. I think should be, especially going back now to the normal race format, doing the lap to races rather than the timed endurance races. It should be a good time out.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, and you know, I don't think we've used Watkins Glen in the Sector 1 series before, so it is the first time for us. So it should be exciting. So make sure you tune into that. Driver of the day votes, get them in there, and they'll be tallied up at the end. And yeah, we'll see you guys next week for more action on the Sector 1 Sim Racing channel.